All right, welcome to the conversation on the TYT network. Today we're going to have Tiwa Chang, our investigative reporter at TYT Investigates, join us to talk about something that he cares deeply about that's very important in the news. Normally his beat is environmental issues and money and politics, but there's a rise in anti-Asian crime, and we want to talk about that. Tiwa, first, of course, welcome back to the show, but secondly, can you tell us, for the folks who are not familiar with what's going on in Northern California, why there's so much concern now?
Well, there have been a number of vicious assaults, and in fact, murders of elderly Asians who were just literally walking down the street. I mean, it started with an 89-year-old grandmother set on fire in New York City, an 84-year-old grandfather who was shoved to the ground and killed. Another Asian American man in his 60s was sliced across the face on the subway in New York City. And at least, and also in New York City, Chinatown, there was a stabbing. The guy survived, he's barely survived. And then in California, you have these attacks, and you've had some 3,000 assaults on Asian Americans in the last year, which is a huge increase. As a result, probably because of the pandemic, and primarily, I think, because the president of the United States at the time, the most powerful man in the whole world, kept repeatedly saying China virus, and even mocked the Chinese and Asian Americans by saying Kung flu virus. And that has an impact. When the president of the United States is saying things like that, then everybody thinks it's okay. It's okay to be a racist. And we've seen that kind of attitude permeate in this country, and this country has a race problem. There's a lot of racism and among a lot of races toward each other, including Asians toward others and everybody else toward us. And so you combine that with a president saying something like that, with a race problem in this country, and then the coronavirus did start in China, and some ignorant people will think, well, that means every Asian person that's carrying the virus has caused it, although viruses pop up all over the world. And SARS started in this country in a pig farm in North Carolina. So that's the reason why it's happening. But there's been a long history of racism against Asians. We're always the other people. And it's combined now where we're sort of like the model minority, so that some white people look at us as a people of color, but people of color look at us as sort of like these kind of wannabe white people. So we're sort of caught in between sometimes. The good news is, though, that I don't think that's true among most of the young people. And the Pew Institute said that 2/3 of millennials are not racist, sexist, or homophobic. So we can only hope that maybe the future will be a little bit better.
So, Tiwa, I know there's some facts to back up what you're saying. Obviously, there's 31% increase in anti-Asian racist slurs and jokes since the coronavirus began. And by the way, if we're looking at who's spreading the virus the most, that is clearly us, all of us Americans. It's not, yes, it started in China, but they got it under control very quickly, whereas we let it rage and rage and rage. And unfortunately, we spread it to other countries as well. We had the worst number of cases, worst number of deaths in America than any other country. By the way, you said SARS started here, so did the Spanish flu. Ironically, Spain was the only one addressing it, so people heard it was coming from Spain. Everybody else was doing censorship. It actually started with American soldiers in Kansas. So we've been through this before, and there's a lot of propaganda that goes along with it. But in this case, some of the assailants, whether it's Northern California or New York, where most of the cases are, as you gave several examples of, are of different races, different motivations. It appears. One of the worst attackers who seems to have mental health issues. So how sure are we that it's related to the epidemic and how Trump riled people up against Asians within that pandemic?
Because I think the president set an attitude for the whole country, a country that has a race problem and has had a long history of anti-Asian racism. From the Exclusion Act in 1882 against Chinese, to the internment of Japanese Americans, to the killing of Vincent Chen. My own daughter has experienced it in her public school in New York City, where a couple of years ago, every day, somebody was calling her a name, to the point where I told the principal I gave her permission to punch them out. So this is
Wow.
something that when you have a president setting something up like that, you establish a precedent that says it's okay to be racist. And I think he established that for the country, and he said it very often. My dog apparently agrees. Anyway, so I think when you say that, for example, oh, that's a deranged person. Well, what other person stabs an old man in the back? And then the person who stabbed the man in New York City in Chinatown said that I didn't like the way he looked at me, which meant he had to look at his face if he didn't like the way he looked at him. So if somebody's deranged and your president is saying, and at the time our president was saying, oh, Kung Flu virus, hey, it's okay to mock Asians, you establish a precedent, you establish an atmosphere that says, hey, it's okay to attack an Asian. So what? It's no big deal. And then somebody else who's a little crazy will carry that a little further. Yes, most of the attacks have been verbal, but a good percentage, it's now roughly nearly 10%, have become physical assaults. And we have a number of people, elderly people, being killed. In San Francisco, it was a 91-year-old, or it was Oakland, 91-year-old man shoved from behind. For what? I mean, who does that?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to assume somebody's already a little bit deranged, but where did that deranged come from? Why did you pick an Asian old man? Why aren't there all old people being attacked? And there's a reason for that. The reason is the pandemic. People were probably a little crazy from the pandemic, but also because the president kept saying repeatedly, China virus, Kung Flu virus, that has an effect on people. It says, hey, it's okay. They're not. And then he even said, he made a statement, oh, Asian Americans are good. They're on our side. Well, wait, our side, meaning we're not part of America? That's a key issue here. Asians are not seen as being American. I was born and raised in New York City. Can't tell you how many times people say, where are you from? I say, New York. They say, no, where are you really from? And then I ask them, I say, well, where are you from? Well, I'm from New York. I don't know, where are you from? You don't look like a Native American to me. Somewhere along the line, you're from somewhere. But for Asians, it's never good enough. I did a story with a Chinese American woman in Denver who is a sixth generation Chinese American whose great-great-great-grandfather had worked on the Transcontinental Railroad, and her entire life growing up in Denver, she was asked, where are you really from? That's a problem. It's a problem of education. People don't learn in history, in American history, about the contributions made. Without the Transcontinental Railroad, built by Chinese workers over the Sierra Nevada, Irish and African American workers in the East, there would be no America. The economy would never have grown. It would never have united the country. That's not taught in school. I didn't learn that in high school. My kids have not learned a lot about that yet. And certainly there's very little, well, there's some talk about the Chinese Exclusion Act in my kids' school because they're in a progressive school, one of them anyway. But you don't learn I didn't learn about the Japanese American internment until I got to college. And one of my college suite mates, his parents had been interned in World War II.
Right.
Even though they were loyal Americans. So there is a whole history there that has to be put into context when you talk about these things.
Right. And almost no one knows that there's only been one race or ethnicity or nationality that has ever been banned completely from America, and it was the Chinese. So that was
first. We were not the only ones. We were the first. We were the first to be banned from the U.S. The Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which was a result of a depression in the West Coast, and after the Chinese workers built the railroads, because of the depression, they had to have a scapegoat. And right now, there is an issue that's going to have to be addressed that every Asian American will face. And that is, as the U.S. and the China, two superpowers, begin to compete, the more they compete, the more pressure there will be in this country and the more racism there will be, unless it's addressed where Asian Americans are viewed as Americans.
What are some folks doing to fight back against this, whether it's actors or anyone else that are leading the movement in this case?
Well, one of the most important things is to be able to unite with other Americans and fight racism overall, not just for Asians, but against in the Black Lives Matter. In New York City, for example, during the summer, when I was in New York City, when I watched the Black Lives Matter marches, what gave me the most encouragement is I saw huge numbers of Black people, white people, Asians, and Latinos, and most of them young. And it wasn't just small, like one or two. It was like huge groups of that. And I think that's something that has to be considered, that we need to fight racism overall in this country. And we need to view each other as human beings. And hopefully, the entertainment media is a critical part of this too, is that too many of these shows, like Bling Empire, show that every Asian is super rich or something. And we have to show Asian Americans as people, not all kung fu experts, not all super rich people, just human beings. Like the Netflix movie, the half of it was a good movie, and Farewell. Just show as we are as human beings, and that's what we need to see more in the entertainment field too.
All right, Tihua Chang obviously cares a lot about this and has worked on this, and is a great investigative reporter. Tihua, thank you so much for joining us and spreading the message about this issue today.
All right, thanks, Cenk. Take care.
All right, you too.
Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show. Now,
We'll see.
Poor Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy. Everyone should be lucky enough to have a John Iadarola in their life.
You confused everyone.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was pretty clear.
Take a break now.
You can turn me into Dr. Manhattan as long as I get what Dr. Manhattan's packing, okay?
The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
Emilio D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Iadarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby.
You know, the two people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute, don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
I hope that, who they choose for the White House isn't just a borderline Klansman. That's all we gotta hope.
That's it. We will settle it.
She's cute. I didn't say that about Laura Ingraham.
Scandal at TYT. Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't.
You're a good boss.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip in the Republicans. See, don't miss the live show.
That's great.
Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
You are the media revolution. You are much needed.
TYT!
The place is like 95% TYT on.
You guys, the Young Turks, which is my favorite channel, we're getting that message out.
Cenk and the Young Turks do an extraordinarily good job.
No matter what mainstream media says, you have to listen to the Young Turks.
All the people who support us on the internet, that's what gives us strength. That's what allows anyone who was in there who was undecided to think, one side seems to be winning, they seem to have a bigger army, there might be a reason for that. So thank you guys.
Across the map are going to be so tight and so close that it is likely going to be very difficult to call this on election night.
The twin forces behind the Biden candidacy, the billionaires and the Bolsheviks.
Arizona, 19 million. For the vice president, 9 million, a little over 9 million for President Trump.
We are desperate for Donald Trump to not be president anymore because he's fascist and is a threat to our democracy. And we said that from day one. Yes, we want Biden to beat Trump. Is that clear enough?
It is increasingly difficult for the American public to get any sort of truth.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
Here at TYT, we strive to instill confidence in our voters by educating them with factual, reliable, and easy to understand political information. And that's why we've partnered with Politiscope. Politiscope is the easiest way to understand the policies that your elected officials vote for and against. They also have the same goal of changing the perception of politics and reshaping the way political information is sought out and consumed. Politiscope strips away all the unnecessary complexity of politics and empowers voters with raw, unbiased information about elected officials and the policies they support. You can download the Politiscope app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store.
All right, back on the conversation. We got a great guest for you guys on a hot topic right now. Neera Tanden, should she be confirmed or not? The Biden administration is fighting their guts out, in the words of Biden's chief of staff, Ron Klain, for her. Joining us now is Jeff Cohen. He's the co-founder of rootsaction.org, and they launched nohoneymoon.org, so you get the sense of what that's all about for the Biden administration. Jeff's a wonderful progressive. We actually might slightly disagree on the Tanden issue, so that's fun. But let's do it. First, Jeff, I want people to know why you don't want Neera Tanden confirmed.
I could give you a lot of reasons. None of them have anything to do with mean tweets or name calling. That's the hypocritical Republican complaint. Our complaint is simple. Neera Tanden has got these corporate conflicts of interest. She's one of the consummate fundraisers from big corporations. The Center for American Progress was funded by these big corporations to stand up and fight progressives, to tell through the media, she's always on MSNBC and CNN, why Medicare for all is unworkable, unrealistic, not affordable, why $15 minimum wage is unworkable, not affordable, and she's done the bidding of her donors. You know as well as me who the donors are. It's Wall Street, it's high tech, it's health insurance companies, it's Walmart, it's military contractors like Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin. So Neera Tanden has got conflicts of interest because the job at OMB, Office of Management and Budget Director, she would oversee the regulatory processes of the whole federal government. So what's shocking to me, Cenk, my final comment is that not a single Democrat in the Senate at these hearings has raised the issue of corporate conflict of interest. Instead, we've had all this crap about the nasty tweets from Republicans. Had these hearings been in the US House, I wish the US House, instead of the Senate, were in charge of advice and consent for nominees coming out of the White House, because members of the squad would have been pointing out all these conflicts of interest involving Neera Tanden.
Well, I mean, Jeff, that's really the heart of the problem and the cancer in American government, which is that the corporate donors rule everything. And they rule everything so much that we're struggling to find one US senator who would question Neera Tanden on the core issue of the corporate conflicts of interest, right?
Yep.
And so you got to get lucky that Bernie's on a committee in order to get a question, right? Or maybe Warren, but you're going to max out pretty soon. And so look, that's why Just Democrats don't take corporate campaign money. That's the only litmus test we had when we founded Just Democrats. And man, it's worked brilliantly. I've got to be honest, right? And that's why they're fighters. Look at what Ro Khanna did in organizing that letter on $15 minimum wage.
Yep.
So, but back to Neera Tanden. So, unfortunately, people don't do nuance online, right? So, I think there's one reason to confirm Neera Tanden. People then assume, oh, Cenk likes Neera Tanden, supports it. No, I agree with everything Jeff is saying about the substance of Neera Tanden, 100%. Okay, I just want that to be absolutely clear. There's no question that that's her record. It's not a matter of agreement or disagreement. It's just a fact, right? That's what she has done. And so, but Jeff, I'm really concerned that that the message that's going to be sent in Washington is never be critical of anyone in power. Remember what happened to Neera Tanden. See, they're not going to learn the lesson because nobody even challenged her on the corporate stuff. They're not going to learn the lesson of, hey, don't be mean to progressives, or hey, don't sell out to corporations. They're never ever going to learn that lesson. Instead, if Neera Tanden's nomination goes down, everyone in Washington is going to say, that's it. Never criticize a US senator because it'll end your career. Do you see why I'm really concerned about that precedent?
Yeah, except that if progressives joined Roots Action and made more noise, we would be having real criticism of Neera Tanden getting into the debate. It's because of rootsaction.org and nohoneymoon.org that the other part of why, the more serious part of why Tanden should be opposed, the corporate corruption, the corporate conflicts of interest, has been heard at all. And I'm one who believes that it's only when progressives make demands that we win anything out of the Beltway. And a good example is Michelle Flournoy. I mean, Roots Action and Code Pink, we were yelling when it looked like Michelle Flournoy was definitely, according to press reports, going to be the Secretary of Defense. She's an ideological militarist. We yelled and screamed. Some good reporters at the New York Times and Wall Street Journal dug up her conflicts of interest with military contractors. And instead, Team Biden chose General Lloyd Austin. He's not a peacenik, but he's not an ideological militarist like Michelle Flournoy. It's because Greenpeace and environmental groups yelled when it looked like Ernest Moniz from the Obama administration, who was so tied to nuclear power and oil and gas, it looked like he was going to be in the cabinet, and Greenpeace and others were yelling. And it's because of that we have now former Governor Jennifer Granholm is the Secretary of Energy, and she supported Standing Rock protesters. So I could give you a list. It's only because we yelled and screamed about the real reasons, Cenk. I agree with you. Republicans are hypocritical about tweets when they've apologized for Trump for 5 years. But there are real reasons to oppose a lot of Team Biden's nominees. And only if we oppose these nominees will we get anywhere. And Rahm Emanuel is coming up next. I mean, they want to put Rahm Emanuel as an ambassador, and Roots Action will be in that fight against Rahm Emanuel, another guy whose whole career has been fighting the Democratic left.
Your point about us being louder in opposing her on the right stuff is really good, and wins the day. Because if I had joined Bernie, and obviously I couldn't do it on my own, and join you guys and the entire progressive movement joined together to say, we are not opposing Neera Tanden based on mean tweets. We are opposing her based on corporate conflicts of interest. That maybe, just maybe, we could have gotten the press to pay attention to that situation.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we've tried to get other groups to speak out against Neera Tanden, to join us. We feel a little bit isolated, which is why the discussion has been too much on mean tweets and not enough on the corporate conflicts of interest. But I mean, in my view, the key issue is what's the role of progressive activism? You know, in the 30s and the 1960s, which is when we had these big leaps forward, structural reforms, it's because independent progressive movements did not make their strategy with the Democrats in the White House or the Democrats on Capitol Hill. They pushed and pushed and pushed. Now, we progressives worked our ass off to defeat Trump. Roots Action was active in Michigan, in Wisconsin. We were active in Arizona. All the other grassroots activist groups defeated Trump in various states, especially Georgia. We have a right to make demands of the Biden administration. Personnel is policy. And it's scary to me that they've been unwilling to fight for $15 minimum wage, unwilling to fight to get rid of the Jim Crow filibuster, unwilling to fight for student debt to be canceled in tens of thousands of dollars, but they're fighting for Neera Tanden. I mean, that's why, Cenk, I think you're right that you know, when the corporate Democrats are fighting for Neera Tanden but not fighting for these others, forget about Republican hypocrisy and let's talk about the real reasons, the corporate conflicts of interest that Tanden should be opposed on.
You guys at rootsaction.org have been doing amazing work on pushing the Biden administration, and a lot of that has worked. And I want the audience to just understand one thing that Jeff said. Getting Jennifer Granholm, who was a co-host of ours at Current TV, and is a person with good intent and has a decent track record, as opposed to the other candidate that was possible, is a giant win. Giant win.
Right.
So everybody owes rootsaction.org a thank you note for that.
And Greenpeace, environmental groups. Look, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, it never will. So what I'm liking is that progressives are saying, look, we put Biden in the White House. We defeated Trump. And if the Democrats are not going to lose in 2022, as they did 2 years after President Bill Clinton took office, 2 years after Obama took office, they have to deliver for working class people, for people of color, for young activists and young voters. If they don't deliver, the Republicans will come storming back. So we're trying to protect Team Biden from itself when we make these demands.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff Cohen from rootsaction.org, and everybody check out nohoneymoon.org to participate in all this. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Cenk. It's great to be with you, Cenk.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Ana Kasparian with you guys. Action-packed show, rotating hosts, tons of stories. Like I said, action-packed. But Ana, we're going to start with something right out of the gate that's got a lot of action in it, and that requires the audience's participation. But we've done this before, and it's worked before. So before I get to it, how you doing, Casper?
I'm all right. I'm hanging in there. I'm getting increasingly frustrated with Congress, but we'll talk about that later in the show because we're still fighting, and I'm excited for what we're gonna plan to do next.
All right, let's do it then. Okay. So come to me, guys, with my hair being what it is and all this fun. All right, here we go. All right, so we are trying to get the minimum wage increase into the COVID relief bill. Now, the TYT audience has already played an amazing role in it. As it stood on Friday night, no senator was going to introduce it even for a vote. You guys did an amazing job with a campaign to encourage Bernie Sanders to put it up for a vote. And yesterday, while we were live in the middle of the show, he said, yes, I will put it up for a vote. So that's great, as usual, Bernie riding to the rescue, that's wonderful. So that was step one. Now we can move on to step two. Step two is we must get the presiding chair to say that minimum wage is part of reconciliation. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with these words, they actually mean nothing. They're just made up stuff that the Senate does to obstruct any progress at all. But since they pretend that it's real and important, normally in a democracy, 51 votes in a 100 vote body gets you the win, right? But they've made up filibusters and reconciliations and parliamentarians. None of them are in the Constitution or the Bible. I was about to say the Bible. We're gonna get to Reverend William.
It's not in the Bible either.
No, they're not. And Reverend Barber points that out. He's the moral force of this country. You'll see him in a sec. Okay, so none of it is in the Constitution. None of it is even in the rule books. The parliamentarian has no power, even though every reporter in the country reports it wrong, as if the parliamentarian decides everything all of a sudden out of nowhere. But this is not about the reporters. This is about, in this case, the presiding chair has the sole power to decide whether it goes in the bill or not. That's the bottom line. And it's indisputable. It is a 100% fact that the presiding chair decides. The parliamentarian does not decide. She has no power at all. She just gives advice, okay? And so who is the presiding chair? Well, that's the vice president. That actually is in the Constitution. That is her role. Now, she could choose to give that role to someone else, in which case they would rule. But at the end of the day, that does not absolve anyone of responsibility. The vice president definitely gets to decide what's in the bills and what isn't, because she is the presiding chair. So now that's good news, because Kamala Harris has always said that $15 minimum wage was among her top priorities. Well, look, this should be fantastic news. If it's one of her top priorities and she has complete and sole authority to put it in the bill, then there's no reason why she wouldn't put it in the bill. And I say that without being sarcastic or anything like that. I'm being serious, and I'm reaching out to K-Hive and to Kamala Harris supporters and fans, and to Kamala Harris herself. And it's not just me, it's a lot of people who are reaching out. And we're all asking, and I mean, you really cannot phrase it any more polite and better and positive and with hope and love. Save us, Kamala. And that's even the hashtag that we're gonna use, hashtag save us, Kamala, because you can. You indisputably have the power to save the minimum wage, which by the way affects 32 million Americans. You could lift millions of people out of poverty. And so there's no one in your way. Mitch McConnell cannot stop you. Nobody can stop you. So let me show you the petition. Then I want to go to Anna, I want to go to Reverend William Barber, but most importantly, I want you guys to participate. So we got a new petition up. The first petition worked perfectly. So let's do it again. Let's do it again, okay? So it's tyt.com/petitions/save us, Kamala, okay? And you'll see in the text here the same things I told you. It's one of her top priorities. As the vice president, she has complete power over this. And if she puts it in the bill, it will lift millions of people out of poverty. So if you love Kamala Harris and you believe in Kamala Harris, and you're a fan and supporter of hers and a voter of hers, encourage her that she actually does have the power. Just remind her and say, we would love it and you would be our hero. If you're not a big believer in Kamala Harris, Well, ask her to do it anyway, right? If you just want the minimum wage, great, ask her to do it. If you believe in love and support Kamala Harris, great, then you should help her get to one of her top priorities. So please sign the petition. Again, the last one worked excellent. That's why we're on to step 2, otherwise we wouldn't be on to step 2. Use the hashtag #SaveUsKamala. Make sure you're tagging at Kamala Harris so she receives it. So definitely tag. And then whenever you can on this issue, use hashtag #SaveUsKamala. And then the last part of it is, last time we did videos, guys, and that also worked great. Bernie got to see you guys. Everybody got to see you guys. Just a quick 30-second video saying why it matters to you, how Kamala Harris can help save you or someone you know or someone you don't know. But tell them why it matters to you, and let's show the politicians generally only see lobbyists and they only see people in positions of power. Let them see you. Those videos are wonderful. So TikTok, help us. K-pop, meet K-Hive. Let's go do this together, right? So put it on any platform you like. We'll try to amplify it. I have amplified them on Twitter through my handle, the Young Turks handle, etc. But whatever platform you're on, we'll find it, we'll amplify, and let's have dozens, hundreds, one day maybe thousands of these videos saying, "Save us, Kamala." You can put the minimum wage in there. It can pass. It can double people's salaries. Let's do it now. All right, Anna.
I just wanted to, provide the evidence of how important this is for Kamala Harris, because not too long ago, just about a year ago, she tweeted that it's absolutely unconscionable that we don't have a $15 an hour minimum wage. I want to share that tweet with you. It's from February 9th of 2020, where she said the federal minimum wage in 2009, $7.25 an hour. In 2020, $7.25 an hour. She also adds the comment that it's unconscionable. The House voted to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and it's time the Senate does the same. And she has the power to do it. She has the power to overrule the Senate parliamentarian, an unelected Senate staffer, and do the right thing that would be unbelievably popular with voters. But more importantly, that would allow her to carry out what she has claimed is one of her top priorities and her part of her agenda as someone who's now in this new position of power. So let's let her know that she is fully empowered to do this, and she should definitely carry it out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why everyone in K-Hive wouldn't join us, because do you think she doesn't mean it? If you think she does mean it, and she says it's unconscionable that the Senate is not doing it, well, deliver the great news to her. She's the presiding chair of the Senate. She alone could actually just put it in the bill. Now, for those of you who are gonna say, well, but Manchin and cinema and but the sky and the grass and the rainbows and the unicorn, I know something else is gonna prevent us, right? No, that's step 3. Don't worry about step 3. We have an excellent plan to beat Manchin and cinema. I talked about it before. Once we get past this stage, we'll unveil that and it'll definitely work. But we cannot do it if Kamala Harris doesn't put it in the bill, because then if she rules with McConnell and the Republicans, and by the way, that is what the presiding chair is set to do now. They're set to rule with McConnell and the Republicans. And if they do that, then we have to overcome a 60-vote filibuster. Why would the Democratic vice president rule with McConnell so that the Democrats have a 60-vote hurdle? Again, if you love and believe in and value Kamala Harris, that's a fair question to ask her. You don't mean any harm by it. Like, you're just wondering why. I mean, because you're trying to help her to get the minimum wage she says is so important to her that not passing it is unconscionable. Now, there's one other person, Anna, who agrees that it's unconscionable. It's Reverend William Barber. He is, I think, the leading moral authority in the country. He is our generation's MLK, if you ask me. It leads Moral Mondays, just a giant in the faith-based community and in just the community fighting for the average American. So he did a sermon about this just the other day. I want to share a piece of it with you guys because it's so powerful. And he actually talked about Kamala Harris in the same loving and hopeful way that we are. This is her moment. Let Reverend Barber explain.
When I see the vice president, yes, she's my sister, but I know she can overrule the parliamentarian and she can force the senators to vote. But then people are saying, no, don't do that. I want to say, Sister Harris, you like Esther, you were born for such a time as this. And when I see people who are dying from poverty and people, poor and low wealth workers, are the last to get any help, but the first to suffer. And for over 9 years, we haven't raised the minimum wage. It was $7.25 now, $2.13 for tip workers. And these politicians want to hold poor and low wealth people captive in poverty and play games. Republicans want to block. Many have never seen a wage hike they like. And Democrats run on one thing, and then when they get in office, too scared to run on what they said they were going to do. Worried more about some kind of false notion of compromise. Don't you remember the 3/5 compromise kept us in trouble for 250 years? Not one of them swore to uphold a parliamentarian's rule. Not one of them swore. The president didn't swear to do it. The senators didn't swear to do it. And even when I see the president, I love him preach his inaugural sermon from this very pulpit. But when I see him say he's going to listen to the parliamentarian rather than listen to the people, the poor people, the low-wage people who have kept this country alive, who have been the first to have to go to work and the first to get infected and the first to get sick and the first to go to the hospital and the first to die.
Reverend Barber, preach it. That is exactly right. There's a reverend out here in the country who understands politics better than almost any politician and almost certainly better than any reporter. The Reverend Barber knows that the parliamentarian has no power. And look, he is great allies with Biden and Harris. And he is saying out of love, you were born for a moment such as this, Kamala Harris. And this disproportionately affects black and brown people in this country, and it most certainly affects poor and middle class people in this country. And so there is a moral imperative here to go help those people. And the good news is that Kamala Harris can do that. The question is she going to do that? They might be voting as soon as tomorrow. We have got to get that hashtag going. We've got to get the videos going, and we've got to get the petition going. And Reverend Barber is right. This is a racial justice issue as well as an economic justice issue. So if this isn't why we elected Biden and Harris, somebody's got to tell me what it was. Why did we elect them? I get it. Trump is a monster. But are we going to do anything positive to lift people up? And Joe Biden, last thing on this. Joe Biden, let's talk about you for a second. What's going to be your legacy? COVID relief bill. Trump did 2 COVID relief bills. Well, of course, any president is going to do a COVID relief bill. That's not a legacy. Doubling the wages of millions of Americans, that's a legacy. Helping the poor and the middle class and black and brown people, and yes, white people in West Virginia, Arizona, and so many other places, that's a legacy. So we got to ask Biden and Harris, who are you? What are you about? And what are you willing to do? If you say no, the obscure, arcane, powerless parliamentarian is more important than Reverend William Barber, more important than racial justice, more important than lifting people out of poverty, and more important than your voters, then I would question your priorities. But we're not there yet. So Kamala Harris still has a chance to do the right thing, and we hope and believe that she will. Hashtag save us, Kamala. All right, Anna, anything else?
No, thank you for explaining that. Obviously, Cenk isn't doing shows on Tuesdays with us because he's working on his book. But when we come back from the break, Francesca Fiorentini will be joining in to help me talk about the rest of the news we have prepared for you guys. Cenk, thank you for being here. And it's weird talking to you as if you're a guest on this show. So
yeah, I know.
I guess we'll just go to break.
Yeah, no, hold on. One last thing, guys. Guys, I want you to understand, you have the power to change the world. You do. Just like I ask people in Congress to have the courage to use that power, and just like we ask people in media to have the courage to actually understand the issues, wish us luck on that one. But anyway, you guys actually do have the power to change the world. Follow what we're saying, and I guarantee you results, and I guarantee you victory in the end. But we got to work together, and now we got elected officials on our side, we got preachers on our side, we got progressive groups on our side. We're gonna win this thing. Let's go out and do it together. Love you guys. All right, Young Turks will be back after the break.
Well, the Young Turks, the Friday show is gonna be awesome. We're gonna help us over here. Drop it. We became the first ever daily online web television show.
No, the Constitution is the very core of America. The fact that we don't spy on American citizens, that we get a warrant, that we go to a judge, that we have a procedure, that we have due process, that is America.
On top of that, they go, why don't they just stay at their own schools? You gotta realize something. These schools suck. They want people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. You ain't got no straps, you ain't got no boots.
He lit these fires in trash bins all around town out of frustration.
99th most viewed channel today on YouTube.
The Shorties Award. Best web host. We passed 1 billion views.
Voice Award winner, News and Information Channel, The Young Turks. Oh, another Webby.
The Young Turks.
Can I curse? Yeah! For those of you watching on live stream, yes, we have adopted a pet iguana that showed up at our door.
Haunted version in the dark with our silhouettes.
Now let's get to the best line of the debate. And it was definitely the one against Fox.
I told you we were coming.
When you talk about it when it becomes a problem. Our lack of gun control is a problem.
Nonsense BS story is hurting that cause, and they need to wake up and recognize that they are being had by these people.
Biggest gang in America. Question is, how do we make sure that we blame the person who is dead? What kind of democracy is that?
We should never forget that the most powerful people in the world exploited the greatest tragedy in American history to go to war in a country that had a lot of oil.
Rolling thunder. That's what this show is.
Never in my life did I think I would like to see a dictator. But if there's going to be one, I want it to be Trump.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Where's the line? We've crossed every line you can imagine.
We are a socialist country. It's socialism for the rich.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
You don't have to know the truth, just believe what they tell you.
There is no bounds to their monstrous hypocrisy. Tick-tock. I think we're gonna win the Senate in 2020. And I think we're gonna have the House, and I think we're gonna have the presidency. Tick-tock. And in 2020, we're going to clean your clock, and we're gonna run you out of town, and we're gonna have an actual democracy in this country. November of 2020 could also be potentially the greatest day of our lives. Let us whisper of a dream.
Say hi to the camera.
I don't like this.
welcome back to TYT. Anna Kasparian and Francesca Fiorentini with you, host of the Bituation Room podcast. Make sure you subscribe. And Francesca, how are you? It's so good to have you back.
I'm good, really good to see you, good to be here. Save us, Kamala. I got the message, save us, damn it. I'm on board.
I appreciate this newfound framing of love and connecting with people on a much more friendly and polite level. Let's see how long that lasts with me. I'm trying really hard, but let's move on actually to the next person that we're gonna talk about, who I am not going to be very polite to because he is being a complete self-interested hack in the middle of a pandemic when people desperately need relief. So of course, the person I'm talking about here is Senator Joe Manchin. The legislative filibuster in the Senate is standing in the way of getting you and the rest of the country a $15 an hour federal minimum wage, something that has not been updated in this country since 2009. The current federal minimum wage still stands at $7.25, which isn't even a wage, a living wage, obviously, it's a starvation wage. Now, when it comes to the coronavirus relief checks, when it comes to any legislation moving forward, Democrats will not be able to accomplish it unless they nuke what's referred to as the legislative filibuster. And the person standing in the way right now of doing that is Democratic Senator Joe Manchin, who had a temper tantrum recently when he was asked if he would vote to end the filibuster, given how difficult it is to pass a $15 an hour minimum wage. Manchin asked if there's a point where he would change his mind on the filibuster, turns around to yell, "Never. Jesus Christ, what don't you understand about never?" So this man is in favor of this arbitrary obstructionist rule in Congress right now, in the Senate specifically, that stands in the way of accomplishing anything. It essentially makes Democrats worthless unless they're able to get 60 votes to pass any piece of legislation, given the fact that the Senate is dealing with a 50-50 split right now. It is impossible to get the 60 votes necessary to pass important policies like a $15 an hour minimum wage, something we've been talking about for weeks now. I can't stand Manchin, and I wish that progressive Democrats were actually a lot more aggressive in showing up to his state, Francesca, and campaigning against him. And that includes Sinema, by the way, Kyrsten Sinema, who's a senator from the state of Arizona as well. Both of them have been absolutely horrendous when it comes to this issue. But I wanted to get your thoughts on it.
I mean, I just want to say I do think there are growing grassroots movements in both Arizona and West Virginia that are attempting to break this stranglehold of these Democrats who might as well be playing for the other team. I mean, this is the thing with Manchin. You gotta, like, I'm trying to game it out for him. Like, what is the benefit of blocking your own party from being able to deliver on anything? Like, you don't get to go home and say, see, I stopped my own party from passing, a $15 minimum wage or any kind of relief or voting rights. Like, you don't have, what's the 7D chess move here? I mean, maybe you understand it better than I do, Anna. Maybe it's like he's gonna switch parties, made you look like what? Why are we stymieing your own effing party?
Manchin, because of the fact that Democrats have such a toxic reputation among voters in West Virginia, Manchin has really made an effort to differentiate himself from the rest of the Democrats in Congress. Now that's understandable, but I think that when it comes to specific issues and you take the labels out of it, something like a $15 an hour minimum wage, forget the legislators, focus on the people and what voters want. The vast majority of voters, Democrats and Republicans combined, want a $15 an hour minimum wage. And you're absolutely right, Francesca. One of the things that's given me a little bit of hope is seeing grassroots movements in West Virginia, people who are part of the Fight for 15, holding Manchin accountable for his refusal to join the fight to increase the federal minimum wage to a living wage. Now, he said that he would increase it to $11 an hour, but the people of West Virginia not only want $15 an hour, they deserve $15 an hour. And so for Manchin to stand in the way of that is ridiculous, and he can't use the same BS branding excuse for why he's doing it. I get it. I get that he needs to be more of a so-called centrist or moderate Democrat to appeal to voters in his state that can't stand the Democratic Party. But at the end of the day, when we talk about this issue by issue, the proposals that were in the original Biden coronavirus relief package, which included the minimum wage, the direct checks to Americans and all that, it's popular with his voters. Yeah, he's the one who's standing in the way of it right now. And the fact that he will not nuke the filibuster is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically resigning yourself to getting nothing done. And that's the thing. I think this is the thing, though, that's really important, even though we are in this like deadlocked 50-50 Senate with Kamala as the tie-breaking vote. It is so hyper partisan. But I feel like, and maybe you feel some of this, like I want to get to a point where these issues aren't partisan. And like you're saying, the polling shows is that they're not. Everyone wants to be able to put food on the table. Funny how that's like, neither a Democrat or Republican thing. In fact, it's, the elite and wealthy versus everybody else. And that is something just like healthcare and the ways that Republican senators got it when they were trying to overturn the ACA from their voters who were Republican. Like these are popular issues. Manchin would have something to show to his constituents that he can depoliticize. And especially if we change the language around it by saying, look, this is not about Democrat. This is not about blue and red or whatever. This is actually about human rights and the rights of all Americans.
Absolutely. And look, there are currently 10 million Americans right now who are still jobless as a result of the coronavirus pandemic, meaning they were laid off through no fault of their own. We have a situation in which people have avoided eviction in most cases because of the eviction moratorium. But once that is lifted, once forbearance for mortgages is also lifted, we're talking about people who have to pay back either their lender or their landlord quite a bit of money, in some cases tens of thousands of dollars that they simply don't have. And I mean, the legislation being proposed right now doesn't even really deal with that. So the $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill is okay, but it's still insufficient when it comes to providing the relief that Americans desperately need. And then you have Joe Manchin arguing, no, it's a little too much. It's a little too much. I would actually like it to be a little more targeted. So as Jake Johnson reports in Common Dreams, the $1.9 trillion relief measure approved by the House of Representatives late last week proposes extending emergency unemployment insurance programs through the end of August with a weekly federal supplement of $400 up from the current $300 per week boost that's set to begin expiring on March 14th. Now, in regard to that, okay, this is what Manchin had to say. Manchin said that he'd prefer to see a $300 benefit rather than a $400 benefit in response to criticism that some laid off workers could end up making more money on unemployment than they would on the job. Okay, so let's hold up for a second. So because companies are unwilling to increase their pay from a starvation wage to something that could, I don't know, compete with the federal government, we're gonna actually go over to the federal government and tell them, no, let's actually lower the amount of relief we're gonna give to people who are unemployed right now through no fault of their own, because we want to encourage them to go back to the jobs that don't currently exist. That's what he's saying.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and this I think is like, this is a lot of the ideology of senators and governors around this country, which is this bizarre race to the bottom to make sure that corporations get the red carpet for them, and that their actual constituents, that their citizens, their residents get nothing. They get crumbs. And you should be happy for those crumbs, because the cost of living is low here. Like what? What are we talking about? I mean, this is, it's a mindset of fear. It's a mindset of disrespect, not just for working people, but for all people. And it's saying, yeah, no, my constituents are disposable and expendable. And we don't want to pay them for anymore. I mean, imagine like, they all just subscribe to this like neoliberal economic BS theory that's been debunked over and over and over. And oh my God, it's the year 2021. Don't we understand that when you actually help working people, that then trickles up into your blessed economy?
Yeah, I mean, but Francesca, when the Federal Reserve is printing money for the failing corporations and then they can go ahead and buy shares of their own stocks and artificially inflate stock values or share values, why would they need to have a healthy middle class that's compensated appropriately and can actually help to contribute to the economy? They don't need that. The Federal Reserve comes in and they play interference, run interference, and ensure that they lift up the companies that need the capital. Everyone else can go F themselves. That's essentially what we have in this current system right now. And I do also want to just quickly mention that Manchin is calling for more means testing, a more targeted approach when it comes to the $1,400 coronavirus relief checks. He says, we're just looking for a targeted bill. We want it to be very targeted, helping the people that need help the most. And how would that targeting happen? Well, it would lower the threshold for the people who would actually qualify for those $1,400 coronavirus relief checks. So if you make above $50,000 as opposed to $75,000, you will likely see the amount of that money taper off to the point where you get absolutely nothing for some earners. But the point here is, let's of course cut the amount of spending that would provide relief to people who have really been hurting during this coronavirus economic collapse. And don't look at what's happening with the GDP. Don't look at what's happening with massive corporations. They've done really well. They're thriving in the middle of this pandemic, whereas workers are the ones who have been suffering.
I just think that whole mindset, and look, people in the Biden administration, hello Pete Buttigieg, have the same ideology, which has not borne out. Like, there's no evidence that shows that if you give a stimulus to people making $75,000, that's suddenly, that's gonna be terrible for the economy. Actually, alternatively, for all these folks, everyone loves to talk about business owners. Well, that $75,000 to $150,000 for a couple, that sounds around like a business owner, right? Like a small business owner, someone trying to make it work. That stimulus would be huge for them. Those folks might employ people. And I'm not talking about Jared Kushner, who employed 3 people or whomever, right? Like this is all a tactic. And I think we have to remember that when you means test these kinds of stimulus and these kinds of bailouts, you're actually creating far more friction and deliberately among people who are in different brackets. Rather than putting us all in the same group, creating solidarity, you're pitting people against one another and you're making sort of middle class. Let's remember, like, a lot of Trumpers are super middle. They're like middle to upper middle class boat dads who are very comfortable, and they hate the poor. So this is all like, hey, how come I'm not getting what that person's getting? I'm not saying we placate them, but I'm saying that when these benefits are more available to all, there is more buy-in, and it actually does help the entire economy, and not just a trickle down or just when someone is literally at death's door.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Universal programs tend to poll better because they apply to everyone. So once you start dividing up people and pitting people against one another, that's when, you're right, the buy-in starts to fade away. So we'll keep an eye on Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema and keep updating you guys on what's happening with this coronavirus relief bill. But for now, let's move over to a story involving Elizabeth Warren's updated wealth tax and how incredibly wealthy people are not responding well to it. Senator Elizabeth Warren appeared on CNBC's Squawk Box to talk to wealth hoarder and Trump supporter Joe Kiernan, who is not very happy about the fact that Senator Warren is proposing an updated version of her wealth tax. Take a look.
So this is not punitive, right? We're not punishing the, okay, it's not punitive. So they haven't broken any laws to accrue all this wealth. Okay, then we are actually deciding that maybe they've made enough to a certain point where they don't need all of it. Now, bear with me for a second. If you're gonna do 2% on 50 million, and then when you get up to $1 billion and you're gonna do 3%, if we've crossed the Rubicon and said you have more money than you can ever spend and you don't need it and you need to help out the rest of us, Why not make it truly progressive and do 10% at $1 billion, do 20% at $10 billion? Why not do it that way? Once you get started and raise some real money, what would be the problem? Why would Bezos do 3% when some poor schmo at only 50 million does 2%?
Now, just in case you might think that this person is being earnest in his line of questioning, understand that he's trying to make a point. He's being clearly sarcastic there because he thinks that the wealth tax is arbitrary, it's ridiculous. He does believe that it's punitive and it's just a way of punishing the wealthy. And just to give you some more detail into what Warren is proposing here, her wealth tax would apply a 2% tax to individual net worth, including the value of stocks, houses, boats, and anything else a person owns after subtracting out any debts above $50 million. So understand that if your net worth is under $50 million, this proposal does not apply to you, okay? I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people are not worried about this tax hurting them. The only people that this affects are incredibly, tremendously wealthy individuals, many of whom, by the way, have been able to skirt paying taxes for decades thanks to all sorts of corporate tax loopholes, all sorts of deductions that only apply to the wealthy, all of those things that have led to massive inequality in the country. And by the way, this proposal is also going to increase the amount of the wealth tax. If someone has a net value over 1 billion, it would add an additional 1% surcharge for net worth over or above $1 billion. So I give you those details because that to me seems reasonable, Francesca. But for Joe Kiernan on CNBC, it is punitive. This is nothing more than a punitive measure to punish the rich who worked real hard and earned everything that they have.
Nothing they did was illegal, right? And she's like, well, not quite sure, unclear. We haven't fully audited them, not everyone. Surely people making over 50 million, there's some book cooking there. But it's very funny how he's trying to like separate the billionaires from the poor schmo $50 million earners. Like how many of those are there? Oh yeah, the couple, I don't know, 800 people in America. I mean, who are these people who are up in arms? No, homie, the whole thing is a bad faith argument against her. And like my only critique of the wealth tax is why not start it at 4 or 5, knowing you might get, you might get haggled down to the 2 or 3. Just start it a little bit higher. Who knows? We know the way things get laundered through our bipartisan system in Congress. But yeah, look, again, we are on the precipice, I hope, of a lot of billionaires crying. And I know we're gonna see more of that. And I can't wait for it.
Oh, I love it. Well, Kiernan's not done. Warren did attempt to answer his question and he wasn't happy with the answer. Let's just quickly take a look at that exchange.
For just a minute, can we talk about what that 2 cent, 3 cent would be? It's not punitive on those at the top. They can still grow their fortunes. But here's the thing, it's enough for universal childcare. It's enough for universal pre-K. It's enough to make sure that every baby in this country has good care and to raise the wages of every childcare worker and preschool teacher in America.
You didn't answer me. No. Make it 10 times as good. Make it, if you're going to decide that some people have too much, and 50 million is too much. And you see, this looks to me like we're changing the rules of the game that go back centuries for if you've paid your taxes on the way in and accrued this. And a lot of these people would rather do really good things with the money than they don't think the government does it well. So, that's another issue that I'm hearing from a lot of people, that they want to give it to Harlem, the Harlem Fire, the things that they do. But go back to the original thing. Why not make it 5% or 10% on people that are really loaded?
Okay, I'm loving this morning. I cannot believe that I've gotten you to say that we should tax the rich more, Joe.
It's not hurting me.
But I'm
not hurting me,
I'm loving this moment. But
did you hear what he said? He's like, these rich people, they would rather, decide what to do with their money on their own, as if they're so philanthropic. All these wealthy people who have saved so much money in their taxes over the years, they've been so charitable. They've been so great to society. I mean, we all know that's BS. But then he tried to give an example, and he's like, rather than have the government do what they do, it's like, giving the money to Harlem. I feel like he caught himself in a moment, but we heard what you said. It's too late. It came out of your mouth. Like, it's no surprise that this guy is a huge Trump supporter and is the first CNBC host anytime there's any type of legislation proposed to do something about the ever-growing inequality in this country. He's the one who loses his mind and cries about it immediately like a man-child on that show. It's so pathetic that these are the people who are allegedly delivering news and analysis to the American people. What a pathetic, small man. Jesus.
The saddest part is when he says it doesn't affect me, and I don't know if I believe him.
Sure.
Like, first of all, he's definitely friends with multimillionaires and billionaires. I don't know, maybe he's got $50 million worth of wealth. I wouldn't be on a show called Squawk Box if I were paid that much money. But hey, look, I'm not a sellout. But I also think it's really funny because that ideology, it's not just him. It's like, sad Elon Musk fanboys on Twitter being like, what, don't tax him, I'm gonna get the space truck or whatever his truck. And you're just like, oh, honey, you're never gonna be a millionaire. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, that's not gonna happen. You know what we do have a chance at? Making a more even playing field. We have a chance to tax the ultra wealthy. We have a chance to fix our democracy. You have better chances at that than getting rich in this rigged capitalist economy. Sorry, bud. And so it is just funny to see other people doing the ideological bidding for these billionaires. But I will say that I don't know much about the tax structure. I also don't make $50 million, so I wouldn't know. But apparently our current tax structure has this gaping hole when it comes to people who are multimillionaires, in terms of it's like fairly taxed up until that point, and then it kind of like, yeah, we assume you're a good person and you've created a philanthropy for Harlem entity, which is what was his words, of course. Which, by the way, we all know all these nonprofits that mega billionaires and millionaires create are all for tax breaks and write-offs. Hello.
Yes.
And then of course it's like it's feeding even more of their free market ideology. And once they get tired of doing that, they start Breitbart, they start Newsmax. They're the Robert Mercers who move their oil money back into poisoning our minds. We know where they spend their money. Anywho, good for Elizabeth Warren. Always has a smile even when she's dealing with the most disingenuous hack.
I mean, I don't know how she did it there, because that man and the way that he talks about inequality in America always makes my blood boil. But I do want to note that he's not representative of how Americans actually feel about this proposal. As was reported in the New York Times, polls have consistently shown that Warren's proposal is winning the support of more than 3 in 5 Americans, including the majority of Republican voters. Because guess what? It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. If you're a worker in this country, you're noticing the inequality. You're experiencing it firsthand. And Warren has estimated that her initial proposal, the one that she rolled out back in 2020 when she was running for president, would raise $2.75 trillion over a decade. But the latest version would actually increase that number, which would begin to apply in 2023 if it were passed, to net worth as calculated in 2022. So the number would be much higher because of the fact that the wealthiest people in this country have continued to grow their wealth, while the rest of us have been hit pretty hard by the coronavirus pandemic and the economic downfall that came along with that. So we're not done with this story, believe it or not, because when we come back, rich men cry. We have more rich men crying, and we love to drink their tears on this show. So when we come back, we'll show you who they are, we'll dunk on them, and we'll have a great time. Stick around. All right. Hey, everyone. I know that we weren't able to do our social break in the last break because we had to switch out Cenk with Francesca. So I'm going to go ahead and try to read as many of these member comments as I can. Starting with Pocket in a Pocket with some breaking news for us. Neera Tanden nomination pulled.
Wow.
Okay. Wow. I want to do a full story on that. So obviously I just found out about this because we've been live, but thank you for that note. And to our team, please don't delete that comment because I want to be able to read that link that was posted in there. So keep that in there, please. Jenny Penny writes in and says, the US Senate under either Democrat or Republican control is where our democracy goes to die. I think a lot of people are feeling that right now. In the Ethernet writes in and says, every day this fight for a living wage goes on. It feels like I'm getting my teeth pulled. It's simple. Lift 32 million people out of poverty, boost your brand and help our economy, or lose to fascists in 2022 and 2024. That is something that I'm worried about because as we know, some of the worst elements of the conservatives in this country are using all sorts of populist rhetoric to try to appeal to voters as if they care about these socioeconomic issues, but we know that they don't. We know that when push comes to shove, their only real solution is bigotry, racism, and the type of policies that we want to fight against, honestly. Crazy Lit Asian writes in and says, interesting that Republican leaders fired the parliamentarian in 2001 because they didn't like his rulings in a 50-50 Senate. You're right about that. AA Brooks 19 also writes in about Kamala's moment to do the right thing and says, this is Kamala's moment to prove whether or not she's all talk and no action, or if she's a champion of justice. It's her make it or break it moment. Hashtag save us Kamala. And thank you to all of you who have taken part in this campaign to, pressure politicians to do the right thing. I mean, it's really important to, it doesn't take the place of organized labor, honestly. We really need to help build that up in any way we can, but it's really inspiring to see you guys jump into action and take part in this campaign. And I think that if we fight hard enough, we might be able to get a concession here. Weston writes in and says, the middle class already pays a wealth tax. Most of the middle class wealth is in owned property, and property tax is already a thing. You're right about this. The super wealthy pay a fraction of a percentage of their wealth since it consists of stocks instead of their homes. You're right, and Richard Wolff actually talks about this quite a bit on his podcast, which you guys should definitely check out. It's called Economic Update. All right, I actually want to get back to the show. I'm going to try to read up on Neera Tanden, and I'll give you the details on that story in a bit. See you there. Hey guys, welcome back to TYT. Anna Kasparian and Francesca Fiorentini with you. Francesca, as I always, plug your podcast, The Bituation Room. I want to also give you an opportunity to continue plugging it, maybe sharing with the audience what potential subscribers and listeners can expect with your show.
You're the sweetest. We had Naomi Klein on, author, journalist, amazing, like slayer of all neoliberal economic history and theory. We had Naomi Klein on, and so please listen to that episode. It's up now. It was so good, and also made me very scared because she definitely thinks that Trumpism is coming back if we do not push the Biden administration hard enough, and if they don't get the memo, bro. So yeah, listen to that. Thank you.
Yeah, and definitely check out the podcast, guys. It's really, really good stuff. And I enjoy listening to it. I enjoyed being on it once. It's a good free flowing discussion. Of course, I would love to. I love doing it. But what I also love doing, Francesca, is dunking on rich men as they cry. So let's talk about the latest story where they're having a little bit of a temper tantrum. Rich dudes are not having an easy time digesting Senator Elizabeth Warren's proposal to implement a wealth tax. In fact, they're crying about it, which means it's time for another edition of When Rich Men Cry.
I care. That's it.
Elizabeth Warren's wealth tax would not impact the vast majority of Americans. It would only impact the uber rich. In fact, the uber rich, people who have a net worth of $50 million and above that, would get taxed 2%. And when it comes to people who are worth $1 billion or more, they would be taxed at 3%. Now, it's not an unreasonable tax, especially when you consider the fact that many of these people have skirted paying their fair share of taxes for quite some time now, and that has contributed to the ever-growing inequality in this country. And so when Elizabeth Warren first proposed this back during the 2020 Democratic primaries, our good friend Leon Cooperman cried on CNBC, as you saw in that intro video. And now that she's proposing it again, although it's a much more updated version given the economic situation we find ourselves in during this pandemic, the temper tantrum just continues, beginning with Grover Norquist, who's worried about the IRS enforcement component of it because he just thinks this is a way of punishing good, hardworking millionaires and billionaires in this country. Take a look.
Grover, I know you hate all taxes, but is there a way to increase tax revenue and to more fairly tax the wealthy, recognizing that I know that you don't like the wealth tax unto itself?
Sure, if you want to, you reduce the capital gains tax. Every time we've reduced the capital gains tax rate, higher income people have paid more in taxes and you've had more growth and there've been more jobs for everybody. So if you're into hate and envy, go ahead and do the wealth tax. There's a lot of selective discussion about where the wealth tax has succeeded. 15 countries have put in a wealth tax. 11 got rid of them because they discovered how dysfunctional it was. One of the things that people should check on is in this legislation that Warren has put forward, she wants $100 billion more, $100 billion more in enforcement.
He's upset about that because he's worried that wealthy people, meaning people who have a net worth of above $50 million, are gonna have to deal with the same audits that people getting paid starvation wages have been dealing with, as the IRS has focused most of their attention on auditing the poor as opposed to the wealthy. And the reason why that's the case, Francesca, is of course, throughout the years, you have Republican administrations, Republican lawmakers cutting off resources to the IRS, which they would desperately need in order to audit the complicated tax filings of this country's millionaires and billionaires, who I would venture to say, some of those people probably have committed tax fraud in order to prevent paying taxes, but they don't focus on that. The IRS doesn't have the money to do it. So Senator Warren's proposal includes funding for the IRS in order to be able to enforce not just the wealth tax, but enforce the current tax laws that we have now.
I love how Grover Norquist is imagining Michael Moore's idea of creating cops, but for white collar criminals and chasing people down in the streets. And if only, once again, don't threaten us with a good time because we on the left, we want to see that kind of entertainment. But no, it is just, it's to actually get you to make good because we know you're litigious and, lawyered up and have, you don't the billionaires aren't working with TurboTax, you know what I'm saying? They've got a whole other army of accountants who are helping them skirt laws and fudge the numbers. And so that's what it is. Sadly, you need more money to enforce tax code on the on the rich because they're the biggest like violators of the tax code. So that's why. But also, my man's got no ideas for how to make the tax code more fair. Like the question was, is there a way we can tax the wealthy that you would approve of? And he was like, no, you get rid of capital gains taxes because we're job creators. Like, oh God, buddy. How's that worked out for the country?
Grover Norquist is the worst when it comes to this particular issue. He has dedicated his entire life, his entire career to doing away with taxes. And that has led to a lot of the inequality we see in the country, a lack of opportunity for people, just completely gunning the social safety net. And the thing that I would point to is take a look at what the current capital gains taxes are. It's not the same as income taxes. I mean, these people are not paying a lot in capital gains tax, about 15%. And so for him to say, like, his solution is to do away with the capital gains tax, which is too low to begin with. It's too low. It should be increased. Capital gains, it's people investing their money, usually millionaires and billionaires, investing their money in the stock market, seeing a return in that investment, and then getting taxed much less on that income, 15% in most cases. Like, it's ridiculous that he thinks that that's too high. But also, I love that he's crying about the possibility of having to deal with the IRS doing its job when it comes to the wealthy and the privileged. And then he mentions hate and envy, and that's really what I want to focus on. I wouldn't say that it's envy. I wouldn't even say that it's hate, but is there anger toward the wealthiest people in this country? Yes. And I think that anger is justified because those individuals would not be as wealthy as they are had it not been for their workers, had it not been for the labor that overproduces and then gets underpaid, right? They're the ones who have decided to hoard all the wealth, who have decided to pay themselves back by buying shares of their own stock in order to artificially inflate the value. I mean, these are people who have purposely, intentionally exploited labor in this country. And while their workers are demanding a fair wage, while their workers are demanding decent working conditions, while their workers just want to provide for themselves and their families and live a life of decency, you have clowns like Grover Norquist pretending as if the real victims in this country are the people who have been completely ignored by the IRS, are the people who have been skirting paying taxes in this country, the people who have done anything and everything to skirt regulations to ensure that our food is safe to eat. I mean, that's a story we'll get to later in the show. And to make them out to be the victims, I think is just beyond pathetic.
You're just jealous of their private jets, Anna. That's all I'm hearing. I'm hearing like you're just mad at us because you can't be us, or hate us because you can't be us, whatever the line is. I think it's also just like, what was the money, the breakdown for what 2 or 3% would be? It's like, oh no, you've got to lay off some of your staff in St. Bart's. Such a drag. Of your second home, that's your fourth vacation home. Like, this is what we're actually talking about. It's nothing. It's a little piece of dandruff on Bill Gates's, whatever, $1 million suit. Like, this is not important to them. It's something they can let go of. But once again, we talked about in this segment, like, rich people can't imagine, they're so afraid. It is the absurdity, I think, of when people misunderstand racial justice to be like, you're gonna come for my freedoms. Like, no, that's not what equality is. Like, how can you be so afraid of just a little bit more fairness? Just a little, not a lot, just a little bit. And really comes down to these people can't imagine ever living on minimum wage. These are, Grover Norquist would commit, like he would kill himself before he would have to live on minimum wage. He would kill, and meanwhile, poor people in this country, working people, are also the most generous. Like, anyone who's like been in a working class family, anyone who knows, anyone who's seen the amount of solidarity in times of need, anyone who's been to other countries also, and like, that's where the actual solidarity comes from, not from the ultra wealthy. But these guys can't even imagine living like that.
And just to really highlight how this inequality works, as you all know, taxes were already low for corporations and the rich in this country, but thanks to Donald Trump's 2017 tax cuts, he actually lowered taxes for the rich in this country further. And so the year following 2017, data indicated that some of the most well-known and successful corporations paid absolutely nothing in federal taxes. So for instance, Netflix and Amazon paid no federal taxes in 2018. Other companies on that list include Chevron, Delta Airlines, Eli Lilly, General Motors, Goodyear Tire and Rubber, Halliburton, IBM, JetBlue, Principal Financial, Salesforce, US Steel, and Whirlpool. Like these are all companies that, remember, this is in 2018, this is pre-pandemic. They're doing all right. They're doing all right. They're doing real well. And there's no reason why they shouldn't be paying anything in federal taxes. But the tax law was written as such. And did they create more jobs? No, they did corporate stock buybacks, which we'll get to in just a second. Corporate tax collections in 2018 declined 31% from the previous year. This is the first year on record that corporate tax collections have fallen so precipitously during a period of economic expansion. It's just, that's what's going on, okay? But they're the victims, guys, okay? Grover Norquist wants you to believe that they're the victim. Can you please stop hating and envying us? That's Grover Norquist. He also thinks that they should be allowed to do corporate stock buybacks. Let's go to the next video.
It does help the stock rise. Why is that so bad for shareholders? For pension plans that own the stock, for state retirement plans that own the stock. You reduce the float, earnings per share goes up, the stocks go up, everybody's doing better. Income inequality narrows. We're all winning, Senator. We're all winning. Come on. What do you mean, come on?
Come on, this is nothing but paper manipulation. Everybody's doing better. Listen to yourself. Nothing about the business changed. They're still turning out the same number of widgets at the same cost and selling them to the same customers. Nothing changed. But they got a little fluff and buff in their stock. And how did they do that? By taking their excess cash and saying, geez, we can't figure out anything to do with this cash. We're not going to give it back to our investors.
You're going to put the government in
the investment decision that the only investment in America that makes any sense.
Senator, you're going to put the governor in the business of managing the balance sheets for these companies that are trying to do what they think is right for their capital structure.
Oh, if you put it like that, then yes, that's what the government should absolutely do. Because whenever it comes to their so-called capital structure, of course, they're more interested in paying themselves than paying their workers and doing the quote unquote right thing, as Joe Kernan mentioned there. And I apologize, I mix up my white male wealth hoarders in this country. That was not Grover Norquist, that was Joe Kernan from CNBC's Squawk Box. And he lied in that segment about how absolutely devastating stock buybacks really are. He tried to make it seem like it's a great thing, Francesca, but just a few excerpts from a piece written in the Harvard Business Review about how disastrous corporate stock buybacks are for the economy. And let me just note that there was $1.1 trillion spent on corporate stock buybacks in 2018. Stock buybacks made as open market repurchases make no contribution to the productive capabilities of the firm. Indeed, these distributions to shareholders, which generally come on top of dividends, disrupt the economic, or I should say, disrupt the growth dynamic that links the productivity and pay of the labor force. The results are increased income inequality, employment instability, and anemic productivity. You want to know why? Because they take the money from their tax savings and they just try to do all sorts of little tricks with the stock market so they can make more money for themselves. They don't create new jobs. They don't reinvest in their companies. They don't invest in their own workers. They don't do any of that. They just try to find ways to take advantage of a system that's rigged against workers to make themselves wealthier. And then you have a clown on CNBC telling you that it's a great thing, that you should just shut up and take it.
I mean, what's crazy is that, Elizabeth Warren, when consistently offered the ability to say whether, she's a democratic socialist or like socialist ideas, is like, no, I don't. I'm a capitalist. And you're like, oh, okay, and once again, a lot of people who are calling for anything from breaking up big tech to not allowing these stock buybacks are like, no, I'm a through and through capitalist. I just believe that the system needs to have a little wee bit of regulation. I believe like Warren is all about breaking up Amazon because she's like, it creates more capitalist competition. So for all the, like free market heads out there who somehow are, on the side of Grover Norquist here and others, like remember, this is not what the free market was intended to do. This is not the invisible hand of the market. This is not working out. This is gaming a system that has been wide open for fraud, and allowing your accountants and your stockbrokers to make you even more money that you didn't earn. That's all it is. So again, it's not radical, but we have to keep on saying it over and over and over again that none of this is actually socialist, even if you are a democratic socialist.
Right. No, you're absolutely right about that. I can't believe how fast time is going by on today's show, but we got to take a break. But when we come back, we have some pretty big stories for you, including Joe Biden's decision to drop Neera Tanden as his nominee for the Office of Management and Budget. And also a bunch of red state governors have decided to lift their mask mandates, what that means for the coronavirus pandemic when we come back.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new TooStrongCoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at TooStrongCoffee.com/TYT.
That's 300 million, that's a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world.
We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day. We looked at you like, are you nuts?
Young Turks has just passed another milestone. 15 billion views.
Damn. All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Rob Shively. What do you know? Rob says, rejoice, for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me, or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Jenkins Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's his handle.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug, I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging, watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right? Wow, man. I can see the void.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable, Senator Sanders. Welcome to Rebel Headquarters. Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted. Okay. Speaking of shirts.
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks. And we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going.
Do you know what we do online these days? Everything. You know that. You're watching the show online. You do your banking, credit cards, passwords, all online. So do you need to be safe? Of course. course, it's not an option. PureVPN helps protect you online, and they actually do it for up to 10 devices, which is great. And they've got deals right now. That's why I like this sponsor. I want you to go check it out, tyt.com/purevpn. Make sure you protect yourself online. It's really important. tyt.com/purevpn. Cool news, shoptyt.com now has books. There's a whole bunch of books there. You're gonna be shocked to find out that they're largely progressive. Of course! Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People, is there. It's a fantastic story from Jesse Jackson to Bernie Sanders to AOC that explains the progressive movement probably better than any book I've ever read. Speaking of awesome books, my dad's got a book out called The Original Young Turk, where he goes from the poorest olive farmer you ever met in your life to living the American dream.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Young Turks. Anna Kasparian, Francesca Fiorentini with you. And we have some breaking news to share with you regarding the nomination for the Office of Management and Budget for Biden's cabinet. Let's give you the details. The Joe Biden administration is planning to withdraw the nomination for Neera Tanden to serve as the director of the Office of Management and Budget. This has been an ongoing controversy when it comes to the Senate confirmations. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin raised his hand early on in the process and noted that he would be unwilling to vote in favor of nominating Neera Tanden, meaning that the Senate would unlikely have the votes necessary to confirm her. There was a period of time where it appeared as though the Biden administration would really fight on behalf of Neera Tanden. And then at that point, there were reporters asking questions about why the administration was willing to fight so hard for a nominee, but was not willing to fight hard when it came to a $15 an hour minimum wage. And so now it appears that Neera Tanden is willing to, withdraw the nomination. The White House is also willing to do it. This story is developing as we speak, but it's also worth noting that the confirmation hearing for Shalonda Young happened today, and she was nominated by Joe Biden to serve as the deputy director for the Office of Management and Budget. And based on what we're seeing from reporting in Politico, both Democrats and Republicans seem to favor her, not just as the deputy director of the OMB, but as the director of the OMB, which, to be quite honest with you, gives me a little bit of pause, especially when you hear from people like Senator Lindsey Graham saying things like this to Shalonda Young, quote, "You'll get my support, maybe for both jobs. Everybody who deals with you on our side has nothing but good things to say. You might talk me out of voting for you, but I doubt it." So who is Shalonda Young? Why is she, part of this discussion now? Well, Biden nominated her again as the deputy director for the OMB, and she's been a longtime staffer within the House of Representatives. She's been the staff director for the House Appropriations Committee, and she's been tasked with reaching bipartisan funding bills within the House of Representatives. To be quite honest with you, I don't know too much about her past as we speak, but I do plan on digging more into her career to see where she really stands on issues that matter to us. But for now, this seems to be good news, especially considering the fact that Neera Tanden had all sorts of conflicts of interest as she had served as the head of the Center for American Progress, which had received quite a bit of funding from major corporations and from foreign actors as well. That's something that concerned me, because she would be the head of an important government agency that puts out studies that help our lawmakers make decisions about where to focus or target our resources. I don't want the Office of Management and Budget to be a favor factory for Neera Tanden's previous clients at the Center for American Progress. But I do want to get your thoughts, Francesca. The reason senators don't like her is because of her mean tweets. I think that's honestly ridiculous. They don't seem at all concerned about Neera Tanden's conflicts of interest, but I know we care about that. So do you think this is good news?
I mean, it's good. She withdrew her nomination, and so Biden then accepted it. And one of the lines in it is, I think that the administration needs to focus on other things. And I don't think she's wrong. So on that, I feel like it was the right move to withdraw her nomination. Why make this a sticking point, especially when she's not really exciting anyone? Like, no one's really behind her, and she is seen as a Hillary Clinton insider. I'm just gonna say she's seen as more of a Clinton insider. We know all the things that she has said and done when it comes to trying to thwart any efforts toward Medicare for all. She is very much a status quo type of figure. But actually a little bit of an outsider. So it's interesting that they might go with Shalanda Young, who is an insider, but I guess, more familiar with the actual Republicans and the lawmakers that are there. So I don't know, whatever we need to do to get it done. I'm not sure Shalanda Young is much to the left of Neera. I know there were other choices for the director of OMB that were even worse than Neera Tanden, that was caught raising some alarm bells. So I'm just kind of like, this has been a long few weeks. Everyone knows who Neera Tanden is now. I don't know, go with God. But let's get to work.
Right. So we'll see how this plays out. Just because Republicans favor Young doesn't mean that she'll have the nomination from Joe Biden to serve as the director of the Office of Management and Budget. But we don't know for sure. I mean, we'll see how this plays out. As I mentioned, the story is developing as we're speaking right now. And we'll fill you guys in as we learn more. But it is, again, interesting that the thing that really seemed to upset our lawmakers was the fact that their feelings were hurt through tweets. I mean, that has been the priority in, fighting back against Neera Tanden as the nominee here. Look, at the end of the day, I don't want Neera Tanden in that role, so I'm happy with her withdrawing her nomination. But I just wish that we had lawmakers who understood the actual issues with Neera Tanden, as opposed to just focusing on their personal beef with her and her behavior on Twitter and social media. It's just ridiculous.
This is the party that had an entire conference called America Uncanceled, and yet you're scared and sad about Neera Tanden's tweets, so you can't effectively cancel her. I mean, that's essentially what happened, right? They're so mad about her old tweets, and so you kind of look ahead and you're like, okay, if AOC were to be nominated, right? Would there be something in all of her tweets, right? Like, she goes toe to toe with Ted Cruz, dunks on him regularly, wins every time. Does that disqualify her because she said mean things? So you're absolutely right. The rationale is wrong. And once again, another, I guess cancel culture doesn't apply to Republicans when they wield it. But that's fine. Let's move forward. I'm glad she's not gonna be the director.
Yeah. Well, we also have an update for you guys regarding coronavirus and what some red state governors are doing. Let's get to that story. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has announced that he is lifting the state's mask mandate, which will take effect on March 10th. In addition to that, he's lifting all restrictions regarding the number of diners or customers allowed inside businesses. This comes as there has been a dip in the number of new coronavirus cases, which is positive news to be sure. I'm sure that vaccinations have something to do with that. I'm sure that, if states continue to follow social distancing guidelines and mask mandates, we'll probably see the numbers continue to dip. However, we are starting to see this pretty devastating trend of governors, not just Greg Abbott, but governors in other red states, including Mississippi, Iowa, North Dakota, and Montana, just lifting these types of restrictions that have proven to be pretty effective. And so we'll see how this plays out. But there are some cynical people out there who think that this is Abbott's way of trying to distract attention away from how poorly the state has handled the recent winter storm, the privatization and the deregulation of the energy grid in the state has been a complete and utter disaster. And so the state has been dealing with all these scandals recently. So I understand why some of the more cynical individuals would think that he's doing this to kind of distract attention away from all of that. But I also want you to keep in mind that in a state of tens of millions, only 2 million people have been vaccinated in Texas so far. So it's certainly very early. It's too early to lift these restrictions. Francesca, what do you think?
I feel for the people of Texas. I truly do, because I know that there are people who have comorbidities, who are elderly, who have not gotten the vaccine, who have been buried under like insane snowstorms, who've had to burn their own furniture, who have been waiting in water lines, and they understand that the deregulatory policies of their state government is the reason that they were in that mess with the winter storm to begin with, and the fact that there was not enough electricity provided to the people. Now they're hit with all these bills, and okay, no more mask mandate, more deregulation in the face of other failed policies right there. Like, people are going to die, people are going to be hurt by this. I can only imagine if it is a cynical ploy to try and cover for the lack of response and the lack of preparedness to the storms and the electrical grid. Like, imagine if that had happened and that storm had happened and there was no mask mandate and people were just in the cold without masks. I mean, the one thing that was positive was like, as people have to shelter because they can't live in their homes anymore, at least there's a little bit of guidelines on the coronavirus, so we're not gonna create these more super spreader events. But look, we understand that Republican governors and lawmakers and even Democratic ones, they know, especially Republican lawmakers know who is dying. They know that this is mostly Black and Latino Americans who've been disproportionately hit by COVID. That's not to say others haven't as well, but these are also disproportionately essential workers, and they're willing to risk their lives. I do not like, it is flagrantly just saying your life doesn't matter. Once again, we're back to this.
Yeah, we're gonna force you to work. We're gonna underpay you to put your life at risk in a lot of cases. And we're going to do away with the tiny amount of protections and restrictions we have in place to try to protect you. It's just, you just really hit the nail on the head, Francesca, because I think about the early days of the pandemic. I think about how healthcare workers and frontline workers and grocery store workers, all the people that have been, labeled essential workers were applauded, and it was always just lip service. At the end of the day, they've never really gotten what they deserve in what they do, honestly, like putting themselves at risk. And it's been one insulting move after the next, especially in states like Texas. And we know what it's for. We know that it's because businesses want to make money. They want the economy to open up again. They want to make sure that the stock market doesn't get hurt by these closures. They don't want to pay any type of unemployment insurance. They don't want to pay any more relief checks to people. They just want you to go to work. Coronavirus be damned, they don't care. They don't care about people, and nothing makes that clearer than the fact that 42,000 Texans have died during this pandemic. 42,000. So Texas wasn't that great to begin with when it came to their social distancing guidelines or their enforcement of masks. And now things are about to get worse with the lifting of these regulations, so.
I mean, not to mention, I just want to say Texas is also one of the states with the most uninsured people when it comes to healthcare. So Texas has a lot of things working against them. I feel for folks there, I really do. And the other thing I'll say is that, I know we're gonna talk about deportation in a little bit, and the fact that we've got like plane loads full of immigrants, sending them back to their countries. Meanwhile, we're probably allowing flights from Texas to go wherever they want, baby. I mean, this is the thing. If we were serious, and I know someone's gonna say, I'm an authoritarian commie, blah, 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 blah. No, the countries that have actually stopped the spread of COVID have stopped internal travel. And so I'm sorry, I love to Texas. I don't really want the flights coming over to my state. You know what I mean? I don't want that amount of COVID over here. We got enough problems. But this is the thing, there is a patchwork, like governmentless response to this crisis. And I wish I could say that the Biden administration was signaling that they are doing a radically different approach. I don't see that happening. I still see them centering on the market, reopen everything, as if, you're totally right, as if that were the solution. On whose backs is that the solution?
Exactly. Well, we got to take a break. When we come back, we have more news for you, including an update to what Biden is actually doing when it comes to his immigration policy. Spoiler alert, it's not all that different from what we saw in the Trump administration. I'm keeping it real, and I'll tell you how. So don't miss that story and more when we come back. Hey guys, welcome to our social break. Pulling up some of your comments right now, and thank you for watching us live. As you guys know, one of the best ways to help support the show is to like this stream, share this stream. It helps to get the message out there, and we really, really appreciate it. Moving over to our super chat section, we have Sandor the Burninator. Any chance you'll cover John Fetterman? He's a great progressive running for Pat Toomey's Pennsylvania seat. He would be great on marijuana legalization. So we've talked about him on the show before, but we'll take a look at his campaign and see if there are any updates that we can share with you guys on the show. So thank you for that suggestion. Peter Hamby writes in and says, what else do we need? Call out the donors who are not willing to go with the $15 an hour minimum wage. Find a list for it and call them out. What can we lose? I think that's a smart strategy. One thing that's actually pretty noticeable though is the amount of dark money that these politicians are paid. So if you go to Joe Manchin's opensecrets.org page, you'll notice that a bulk of his campaign donations come from law firms, and it's not because law firms are lobbying him. It's a way of basically passing over dark money to politicians like Manchin. But I do like your idea, and I think that you can do that because some of these donors are listed. Red Lantern 161 writes in and says, it's the most ass backwards way to be when many politicians aren't as trusted. People need to feel like they voted for trustworthy people and not just because they're not as bad. And I'm guessing you're referring to Biden and Kamala. We elected them, exactly. Boots on the Ground also writes, mash the gas, $15 in cash. You can use that on a t-shirt, raise awareness campaign. Love that. Peter Low Frequency writes in and says, regarding fecklessness of Manchin and Sinema, what do Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema even stand for? I mean, I know it's personal gain, but what would they say if you asked them? It's actually a great question. I would love the opportunity to ask. TYT Wolfpack Justice Dem says that Joe Biden is allowing drilling in the Arctic in exchange for a corporate stooge near Tandon. Not anymore, luckily. So I think all of the backlash that Biden was getting and Neera Tanden was getting led to Tandon withdrawing her nomination and the White House accepting that today. They suck writes in and says, when Manchin proclaimed he wanted to uphold Byrd's legacy as though he was respectable, why didn't anyone ask him if he is a racist trying to stop civil rights, as that was what Byrd was doing? And you're absolutely right about that. Well, we need reporters who actually care. And based on the way that they talk about these stories and handle these stories, and based on how much a lot of them get paid themselves with their anchoring contracts, it doesn't really seem like they're invested in this as much as, workers in this country are, which is frustrating. All right, I'll read some Twitch comments when we go to our next social break. For now, let's go back to the show. Welcome back to TYT. Anna Kasparian, Francesca Fiorentini with you. And we're about to do another Andrew Cuomo story because the scandals just continue to pile up. This time with a third woman who has come forward with allegations against him. So let's give you the details. A third woman has come forward and accused New York's governor, Andrew Cuomo, of unwanted advances. Previously, 2 other women, former staffers, had alleged that he had sexually harassed them. Now, Anna Rush, a 33-year-old, has shared her experience of a meeting with Cuomo for the first time. This happened during a wedding in 2019 where he allegedly touched her and asked if he could kiss her, and the New York Times reported the details. They write that the governor was working the room after toasting the newlyweds at this wedding. And when he came upon Anna, she thanked him for his kind words about her friends. But what happened next instantly unsettled her. Cuomo put his hand on her bare lower back, okay? But I would argue what followed that makes it crystal clear what he was trying to do based on her allegations, right? These are all allegations. When she removed his hand from her own, she recalled the governor remarked that she seemed aggressive and placed his hands on her cheeks. He asked if he could kiss her loudly enough for a friend standing nearby to hear. She was bewildered by what he said and then pulled away as the governor drew closer. And then she gave this quote to the Times saying, "I was so confused and shocked and embarrassed. I turned my head away and didn't have words in that moment." And a friend of hers, by the way, has corroborated the allegations. And this image has been making its rounds online. It shows the moment that it happened. So there's some corroboration right there for you. So Francesca, again, this is the third woman who's come out with allegations against him. And then aside from that, he had already been embroiled in a pretty big scandal regarding the cover up of mass coronavirus deaths in nursing homes that occurred due to a decision that he made in forcing these nursing homes to readmit elderly coronavirus patients who were still recovering in the hospital. He did that to open up space for beds in hospitals, which had been underfunded because of his own actions. So the lack of beds could be attributed to him, and then him forcing coronavirus patients to be readmitted to these nursing homes led to the spread of the virus in the nursing homes, and that led to deaths, which he covered up. So he's just surrounded by scandal, and the big question has been, well, what should be done? There are some New York state lawmakers who are calling for him to step down. What do you think should happen?
I mean, it is just interesting. Like rarely, it always leads here. Whenever there's sort of a corrupt legacy dynasty politician, hello guy he tried to create his own career against, like Donald Trump. You you scratch the surface of someone who like gets by on bullying, who has all these corruption scandals, and it turns out they treat women in their immediate sphere, whether women they're working with or at a wedding, with the same kind of disregard, the same bullying, the same strongman, disgusting tactics that they do politics, right? I mean, there is a correlation, and I'm not saying that like perfectly non-sexual harassers aren't also evil. They can't also have their bad political tendencies, but there's a link here. There's very much a link of how you treat your staffers, how you treat specifically women, and like let's keep on going. How you treat anybody, right? Will then indicate how you're going to be politically, and it's disgusting on all levels. It is totally the tip of the iceberg. I mean, can you imagine the number of stories? And good for this woman, Anna, to come forward like. it didn't seem like it's not a huge deal, right? She wasn't a staffer, it was just one incident. But it made her really uncomfortable, and good for her for having the bravery to speak out and say, look, here's the evidence, look at my pained face. It was clear that he was doing something that was unwanted, and standing with the other women who actually were staffers who probably feel, although they shouldn't, pretty alone, right? And so I just think hats off to her, and so I'm really glad. And whether he should resign or not, I mean, the guy should have been resigned. The guy should have lost his primary multiple times by now, but he's got a stranglehold on New York politics and bullies the state assembly to get what he wants.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And I want to name the other women who were brave enough to come forward. We have covered their stories as well if you want to go back and watch those clips from our archives. But the former staffers include Charlotte Bennett, who was a health policy advisor for Cuomo up until November. And then the first woman who came forward was Lindsey Boyland, who worked as the deputy secretary for economic development and a special advisor to the governor. They all have very similar stories. And Cuomo, a man in a position of power, they're essentially their boss, making these advances and making them uncomfortable, and that that power dynamic makes the situation even worse because the pressure, I mean, it's about your livelihood, right? And so once you have someone who has that kind of power over you make these types of advances, you're kind of terrified to say no because there might be retaliation. Now, there hasn't been any allegations of retaliation or anything like that, but you can understand why the women would be uncomfortable. And Francesca, what you said, I just want to really highlight because it's so important. Cuomo tried to differentiate himself from Donald Trump in the beginning of the pandemic. And he got an Emmy for his coronavirus briefings, glowing magazine covers, it's Cuomo's moment, making him out to be some sort of hero. The hashtag Cuomosexual was trending for a while because people saw him as this competent leader, and they saw him as this substitute for the incompetence that we saw with Donald Trump. But you're absolutely right. You scratch beneath the surface, and this happens with a lot of political issues. You see a lot of similarities when it comes to incompetence, corruption, all the political issues, all of the complaints that we've had in regard to Republicans and yes, Donald Trump can definitely apply to Democratic lawmakers as well. That's not to say that they're all the same, but it is to say that in cases like this, they're pretty freaking similar.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, well, I wanted to fill you guys in on an important story involving deportations under the Biden administration. And hopefully through talking about this, we can also fill you in a little on what's happening in Haiti as well. So let's get right to it. The Biden administration has announced that it will allow families separated by Donald Trump to reunite here in the United States and possibly stay in the United States, which is great. But don't let that fool you into thinking that Biden has actually been great on issues like deportation, because the fact of the matter is he's been deporting hundreds of Haitians back to their country, knowing full well that there is unrest there, that there are unsafe conditions for these people, and these are asylum seekers. These are asylum seekers who had been turned away by Donald Trump, and they were under the impression that Joe Biden would actually do the right thing. But Trump has continued with the Trump era interpretations of the law in order to deny people asylum during the pandemic. So, based on new reporting, ICE, or Immigration and Customs Enforcement, under the Biden administration has been deporting hundreds of Haitians while their own country is in complete chaos. For instance, Biden had announced a 100-day moratorium on immigration, which, by the way, was then struck down by a Trump-appointed federal judge. But here's an important piece of information. That federal judge noted that while the deportation ban cannot stand, the Biden administration has the ability to make decisions on asylum seekers depending on how bad their situation is. But Biden has not chosen to do that. Biden has chosen to continue deporting them. Since January 20th of 2021, there have been more than 90 deportation flights from the United States. While more than half of those flights were bound for places like Mexico and El Salvador, at least 14 of them have landed in Haiti. In fact, Haiti's Office of National Migration has noted that since Biden's ascension to the presidency, we've witnessed an increase in deportations at a much higher rate. For example, it used to be 2 flights a month, but since the beginning of February, we've had about 15 flights from the United States. And by the way, those flights include 270 children who were sent back to Haiti. And here's why it's so disastrous, guys. Take a look at the unrest in Haiti as we speak.
This is what Haitians are coming back to. For weeks, protesters have been in bloody clashes with security forces, demanding that President Jovenel Moïse step down. The opposition says his term expired on February 7th, but Moïse is arguing that he has another year left because he didn't take office until a year after his term started. So far, it's a position that the US supports. Haiti's been ravaged by rampant kidnappings and massacres carried out by gangs, some of which have been linked to the government. But the chaos here hasn't stopped ICE from sending people back. Almost all of them were stopped at the US-Mexico border and expelled using Title 42, an obscure law that closes off access to the US asylum system during a health emergency, like COVID-19.
So Title 42 is the Public Health Act. And what Trump intentionally did was use the Public Health Act and interpret it in such a way that he would be able to deny asylum to all asylum seekers. It's just a blanket policy that he has implemented. And there was some thought, I think this was naive, that Biden would reverse course, but he has not. In fact, Jen Psaki has just transparently said that asylum seekers will be turned away. We'll get to that in just a second. But Francesca, I wanted to get your thoughts on it, because anytime we talk about Biden's immigration policies or what he's doing, there's always pushback from corporate Democrats and his defenders arguing that no, he's much better than Trump. He's not separating children from their families at the border. He's just turning everyone away immediately or deporting people as they're trying to seek asylum.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a couple of things here. Obviously, I do think that it takes time to rein in ICE. But you have the authority to do so, right? Like ICE is a renegade, runaway entity. It needs to be defunded. It needs to be shut down. And we need to fix our immigration system. ICE is not the way. We know that, all right? There are way too many officers talk about like, going back to our other segment, like make them IRS officials, and then we'll really see Governor Norquist cry. But like the other thing is, so number one, the DHS Secretary Mayorkas needs to get a leash on ICE. Number two, this Title 41 is a 41.
Yeah.
Title 42 is so cynical. I mean, what a cynical anti-science piece of emergency legislation to deport people because there's a health emergency that what is going to be solved because you deport healthy people, get them on a flight together, potentially infecting one another to send them back. It makes absolutely no sense. There is no danger that those folks are posing to the United States right now. It is just a continuation of that like xenophobic loophole that the Trump administration found that you were saying. And I guess the final thing I would say is I think that we spend a lot of time focusing on Latino immigrants, and I think that's really critical. But one underlooked at a group of folks, and I mean Haitians are obviously Caribbean, but there are the racial dynamics when it comes to ICE and deportations cannot be understated. In terms of Haitian immigrants, African immigrants as well, the way that they are treated and dehumanized, it is it is something that we have to make sure we look at. And I think that like Black immigrant alliances and justice organizations have, but let's not lump in all migrants as sort of being from one place. There is a lot of conflict that, hey, the US has been involved in all over the world, including in Haiti.
Yes. Yes, I love that you brought that up. Thank you, Francesca, because you're right in that, you have people coming from African countries getting deported. They don't get as much attention. Obviously here we're talking about Haitian immigrants or migrants who have been, I mean, not just victims of US imperialism, but they've also been, and colonization, just a history of that. But on top of that, due to our actions and contributions to climate change, they've been dealing with the impact of extreme weather conditions, extreme storms, which continue to batter them. They had to deal with that awful earthquake, and they have not been able to fully recover from that. It's a poor country. And when it comes to the current unrest that's taking place in Haiti, understand that the president who's refusing to step down right now, the president who's linked to these gangs who are brutalizing the people of Haiti, is the president that was installed by the United States, which is why the United States is really refusing to take a strong stance on what's taking place now. They're not really backing the protesters who are demanding that he steps down. So all of that is to say that the United States has contributed to the pain and suffering that Haitians are experiencing right now. And to use this disgusting, cynical interpretation of a public health act in order to turn away asylum seekers so you don't have to deal with them is gross. But what's even more gross is when corporate media tries to make some sort of distinction between Trump and Biden, as if Trump was significantly worse than Biden has been so far. So far, Biden's been pretty bad. Again, he's not taking children away from their parents at the border. That was the most vicious immigration policy I've seen in this country. However, he is continuing with this culture of deportation, and they're not hiding it. They're very clear on it. Jen Psaki noted it during a recent press conference where she says that people will be turned away even as they're seeking asylum. And again, keep in mind that federal judge appointed by Donald Trump stated clearly that Biden has the power to decide whether asylum seekers can come into the country, even as he blocked Biden's 100-day moratorium on deportations. So Biden can't raise his arms and just say, or throw up his arms and say, oh, what can I do? That's what the federal judge is making me do. No one is making Biden do that. He can accept asylum seekers. He can accept these desperate Haitians into the country rather than send them back to a place of unrest. It's what's really going on. I think it's important for people to know the truth. So we're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we've got more news for you, including, oh look, we actually did find some voter fraud in the country. It's just that it was done by Republicans. So we'll give you the details on that and more when we return. Just wanted to say thank you to our new YouTube members, Sunny Ching, Kitty Akara 1, and Santi G. We also have Arcane Worm, Dan from Pakmanistan, and Kurik. Thank you so much for being members. We really appreciate your support. Also, moving over to our Twitch section, special thanks to our new subs, My 2 Cents with Prime, Vardas Giayo, tier 1, Morgan Hancock Prime, Davis EDL Prime, OG Wins Prime. By the way, Francesca, are you on Twitch at all? Like, are you familiar with all of this stuff? Like, as I'm saying it?
I am getting familiar. Yeah, the Bitchuation Room streams on Twitch. We've got some emotes. Nice. I know what that means. I don't know what a bit is. This is the problem. I guess it's just money.
I think so. I get excited because it obviously means that people are supporting what you're doing. So like, please give me more bits. I'm into it. But yeah, I always feel like since I don't know what I'm talking about here, I sound ridiculous, but bear with me. We have Eldermine Pulse gifted 10 subs, Tumbles 025 gifted a sub and 500 bits. EK Greens gifted 5 subs. Gur and Zim 6 months Prime with a comment. Another month, another check from Bezos from the most wonderful, most progressive news organization in the country and likely in the world. Jesus, thank you. Sub to TDR today on YouTube, an activist member on the site and Prime member here. I love you guys. Thank you so much. We love you too. Thank you for the support. Emma Ronick, 7 months Prime. Lodane, we have 8 months tier 1. Progressive Canuck, 6 months tier 1 with the comment new sub badge color, nice. Ford Perfect, 294, 7 months Prime with the comment watching 7 months of TYT made me decide it's time to contribute. So I volunteered for my company's new diversity and inclusion council. That's amazing. I'm normally super introverted and have no idea how it's going to go, but I needed to do my part, press on. That's so exciting. Like, I love that. Please give us updates like that because it makes my day. Like to know that you guys, take what you learn on the show and then put action behind it really means a lot to us. So thank you. Dragon Star Watch, 8 months Prime. Angie Pepper, 6 months Prime with a comment, TYT strong all day long. Love you guys. We love you too. Whiskey Eye, 7 months Prime with the comment, so glad to be part of a family of progressive minded people. Have some more Bezos bucks on me. Thank you. And you guys can subscribe to our Twitch channel through Amazon and we get paid for that. And it doesn't cost you anything, which is a nice way to, maybe redirect some of that Amazon money over to progressive causes. And we got to get back to the show. But thank you so much for writing in. Thank you for all your support, guys. I'll see you in just a minute. Hey everyone, welcome back to TYT. Anna Kasparian, Francesca Fiorentini with you. Francesca, voter fraud. That's been a big topic since January, as we know. And we've been waiting for some evidence of widespread voter fraud, something that Trump and his goons have been telling us has happened, but we haven't seen it until recently. There actually has been some voter fraud, not in regard to the 2020 election, but in the 2018 primaries, and I want to share the details with you. So after months of the Trump campaign claiming that there was voter fraud, we finally have some evidence that what they were saying is kind of somewhat true, not in the context that they've been saying, but certainly in Medina County, Texas, where the Justice of Peace, Thomas Ramirez, has been arrested and is facing voter fraud related charges. Now, to be clear, Ramirez is a Republican and he's facing 1 count of organized election fraud, 1 count of assisting voting ballot by mail, and 17 counts of unlawful possession of a ballot or ballot envelope. So the thing that's frustrating about this story is that we don't know specific details about what he and the three others who got arrested along with him have done. So let me tell you the other arrests, and then we can discuss. And again, these are Republicans, so any voter fraud related charges they're facing have to do with them trying to help Republican candidates fraudulently. So we have Leonor Rivas Garza, who's also facing 1 charge of organized election fraud, 2 counts of illegal voting, 8 counts of unlawful possession of a ballot or ballot envelope, 2 counts of election fraud, and 4 counts of fraudulent use of an absentee ballot by mail. Eva Ann Martinez is another person who got arrested, facing 1 count of organized election fraud, 9 counts of illegal voting, 28 counts of unlawful possession of ballot or ballot envelope, 3 counts of purportedly acting as an agent, 5 counts of tampering with government record, 14 counts of election fraud, and 4 counts of fraudulent mail ballot application. And I'm gonna take a little break from reading more and more of these charges. There is one other person named Mary Balderrama who's also facing similar election fraud charges. And what's amazing to me is that the system seems to work pretty damn well. This is related to elections in 2018, not 2020. And voter fraud, as we know from the statistics, as we know from the studies, is very rare. And when it does happen, people tend to get caught, as is the case in Texas. It's just that oftentimes there are Republicans trying to help other Republicans win in these elections through fraud.
I love how if this were the shoe on the other foot, if these were Democrats, this would be Tucker Carlson's lead story. It would be the entire night on Fox News. It'd be the week on Fox News. It'd be the morning, noon, night. It would be round the clock coverage of these 3 people and like where they went to high school, friends of theirs. Like, meanwhile, most media outlets except for TYT are gonna really cover this. This is one of those stories kind of like flies under the radar, and it's like, oh, there it goes. Oh well, guess we won't get the narrative upper hand like we always should when it comes to proving that Republicans, of course. I mean, Texas is at threat of going blue. I mean, they're all shook. They're scared. There's going to be a sea change in that state, and so it makes sense that it's in Texas. But man, they were busy. Martinez, like 28 counts, that's a lot of counts. I wonder what happens.
That's a lot of counts. Yeah. What's also amazing is like how protected they are, because I have no doubt in my mind that had this been a Democratic effort to commit voter fraud, we would know the details of what they did exactly. All we know from local reporting, by the way, I've only seen this in local reports, is that these people have been charged. The Medina County, Texas Justice of Peace, Thomas Ramirez, has been arrested. And we did get a little bit of information from the Bandera County Sheriff's Office that said each defendant was released on bond. The Office of the Attorney General's website states that the office has successfully prosecuted 531 counts of voter fraud since 2004. It looks like the system's working, guys, with 97 of them from 2018 alone. Currently, 234 election fraud investigations are still active. And what's interesting is what we're seeing by state legislatures in these states, including, by the way, more recently, Georgia, is this effort to pass restrictive voting laws to prevent people of color from voting, to prevent elderly people from voting. Oh, wow, what a shocker. To prevent students from voting, people who typically vote for the Democratic Party. That's what they're targeting, as opposed to, actually doing something about election integrity as Democrats have proposed, which is make sure that we have paper ballots, make sure that voting machines aren't connected to the internet so votes won't be changed. Like, those are actual election integrity matters that we should be concerned with. Republicans just want to prevent people from voting. That's where their energy is focused.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the thing. It's like we're obviously focusing on this story. I'm glad we're doing the story because it's a few counts of voter fraud. So, and it happens to be Republicans. Let's talk about it. But exactly, the real story about voting in this country is all the suppression, is the gerrymandering. That was 2018. So you're looking at, voting for Congress and all that. And this is the thing we have to keep being vigilant about. It's so painful to me that there are so many organizations that folks like Stacey Abrams have to do the incredible backbreaking amount of work to just monitor polls, to make sure there is actual election and voter integrity. And that it's now like an industry, essentially. It's like a nonprofit industry to be like, get out the vote. Also, hey, protect the vote. These are basic things that our government should be doing. But again, I mean, man, talking about patchwork responses to everything, just the way that we run our elections is also so incredibly patchwork, so incredibly county by county, very unreliable. And it's just kind of like, well, it's up to the hope you don't get gerrymandered and or can find your Dropbox and or can vote between the hours of 2 and 3 or whatever, the new hours are. It's insane.
It is insane. But we'll keep an eye on the Republican efforts, including what's taking place in both Texas and Georgia in doing away with voting rights. And it's an important story to cover. Next, we have our post-game show for our members. Please become a member if you aren't one already. You can do so by going to tyt.com/join. See you there.
Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show.
We'll see.
Poor Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy. Everyone should be lucky enough to have a John Iadarola in their life.
You confused everyone?
Okay, sorry, I thought it was pretty clear.
Take a break now.
You can turn me to Dr. Manhattan as long as I get what Dr. Manhattan's packing, okay?
The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
Emilio D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Iadarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby. You know, the two people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute, don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
I hope that, who they choose for the White House isn't just a borderline Klansman. That's all we gotta hope.
That's it, we will settle it.
She's cute. I didn't say that about Laura Ingraham.
Scandal at TYT. Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't.
You're a good bosser.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip in the Republicans. See, don't miss the live show.
That's great.
Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
You are the media revolution. You are much needed.
TYT. The place is like 95% TYT on.
You guys, the Young Turks, which is my favorite channel, we're getting that message out.
Cenk and the Young Turks do an extraordinarily good job.
No matter what mainstream media says, you have to listen to the Young Turks.
The people who support us on the internet, that's what gives us strength. That's what allows anyone who was in there who was undecided to think one side seems to be winning, they seem to have a bigger army. There might be a reason for that. So thank you guys.
Across the map are going to be so tight and so close that it is likely going to be very difficult to call this on election night.
The twin forces behind the Biden candidacy, the billionaires and the Bolsheviks.
Arizona, 19 million. For the vice president, 9 million, a little over 9 million for President Trump.
We are desperate for Donald Trump to not be president anymore because he's fascist and is a threat to our democracy. And we said that from day one. Yes, we want Biden to beat Trump. Is that clear enough?
It is increasingly difficult for the American public to get any sort of truth.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
Here at TYT, we strive to instill confidence in our voters by educating them with factual, reliable, and easy to understand political information. And that's why we've partnered with Politiscope. Politiscope is the easiest way to understand the policies that your elected officials vote for and against. They also have the same goal of changing the perception of politics and reshaping the way political information is sought out and consumed. Politiscope strips away all the unnecessary complexity of politics and empowers voters with raw, unbiased information about elected officials and the policies they support. You can download the Politiscope app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store.
Hey guys, welcome to our post-game show. I'm not gonna comment on this. I just read a tweet about my outfit and I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna drop it from a fellow woman who does not like how skimpy my outfit is. Okay, but let's move on. Let's not address that at all.
That's
and
so annoying. Usually those comments are from guys. Like, honestly, I think you should dress like this. Like, I love when you ever get random notes where you're like, your eye makeup was a little bit up. Like, fool, do you know anything at all about makeup? Or why don't you shut up and sit down? I liked you when you didn't like any comment about looks that isn't you look fly as F slamming, because I will accept those.
I will accept those too. Sometimes people are afraid because they think that it's like, I'll find it degrading if they comment politely about how I look nice. No, I won't. I get, the thing that would offend me is if I'm getting the sense that you're like judging my intelligence based on the way I look. Like that kind of stuff really gets under my skin. But it's actually pretty rare that I get comments like that, especially from another woman. And I mean, I get that my shoulders are very offensive, but let's just relax, okay? Anyway, Francesca, we were talking about Andrew Cuomo, and there was something that you wanted to mention.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about ever since reading Adrienne Lawrence's book, frequent contributor to TYT, who writes about harass holes, as she calls them, and looking at Lindsey Boylan's story, one of his former staffers, who was really actually working her way up in the ranks and is running right now for Manhattan Borough, like not comptroller, I can't remember, but like she's running for an office right now, and I don't remember which office, but she said she was proud to work in the Cuomo administration. She felt proud to be there, obviously the governor's office, but that eventually the crush that he had on her got to be too much, and eventually she left. And it's like, it reminded me of Adrienne's book so much because Adrienne sort of like talks about how it might not be like a, one horrible instance where you leave. It's just a slow like grating on you and creating a toxic work environment where you eventually, you do just leave. And a lot of times women will leave the industry altogether, depending on where the harassment took place. So I'm really glad that Lindsey Boylan is continuing to work in politics, because she deserves to be there, and she shouldn't let a creep Cuomo block her from running again and from being in politics.
Oh, I totally agree with you, and it's especially with how women and other sexual harassment and sexual assault victims have been treated after they come out and explain what they've gone through. I just give them a lot of credit. especially since who we're talking about right now is a known bully, right? Like Andrew Cuomo has this reputation of being a bully. And so I know that it takes a lot of courage to come out, even if the person you're accusing isn't known as a bully. And it's especially difficult and courageous to do this right now. So I give them a lot of credit. But as you were talking, I couldn't help but think about just like what people in general have to kind of go through on a daily basis or look the other way on when it comes to their jobs because it's their livelihood, right? Yeah. And so I'm reading Bright-Sided right now by Barbara Ehrenreich. I don't know if you've heard of that book. It was published a while ago. It's so good. It's so good. And if you have the ability, like just if you can only read like a few chapters of that book because you're busy, read chapter 4 and 5. Like those are the best chapters in my opinion. And it talks about Bright-Sided is like this whole like grift that's been around for a while regarding like positive thinking and like, hey, if you're not making the money you want to make, it's your fault. And if you just got fired, it's your fault. Like and so this really started to blow up in like the late 80s and 90s. And the positivity stuff, I've always been skeptical of it because I don't like people telling me to be positive, or I don't like people to tell me to like look on the bright side. Like I feel the importance of like practicing gratitude. Like I definitely feel that, but it's different from like be positive, and like the euphemisms and all the bullshit. Like I can't stand it. Yeah. It's such a good book because it makes me think about like, corporations will hire these like positivity consultants who help them basically lay workers off, but frame it in like a positive way. And then it's insane. The book is so good. You guys should read it. Okay, it's called Bright-Sided. Barbara Ehrenreich is the author. She and her husband are the ones who came up with the theory on, the professional managerial class, which I highly recommend you guys also look into. It's important stuff. But yeah, it's just
that's so awful. I mean, and I guess the other thing, this is me just riffing on Cuomo. I think the other thing that's really interesting about what's going on right now is some people are like, oh, you're kicking him when he's down. I sort of saw that comment sort of flitting about, and there's a lot of like, well, why now? Why now? Imagine if these women had come out in Cuomo's height of the pandemic, when he was the hero, he was the daddy, he was gonna save us, which BT dubs, the fact that we it is such a Republican frame of mind when you like look to a strong man to save you. And the same way with Cuomo, when like liberals and others like be wary of like looking to a man or anyone for that matter to like be your savior. It's not good. But I just feel like actually, Ron Kim, who's the state assemblyman who said that, Cuomo was being a bully, he opened the space for more critiques. And yeah, it's on the heels of this COVID nursing crisis and cover up. That's like, yeah, now is the time to pile on. I think it's good to pile on because it's important to like, dismantle this house of cards of these figures. It's the perfect time to come out with your story. What are you gonna do? Do it when like he's like the darling of everyone and stick your neck out like that? No.
You guys, he cut funding to hospitals, which led to a lack of hospital beds. And then that was his doing. And then when coronavirus hit and they needed more hospital beds, he forced nursing homes to readmit sick elderly patients who then spread coronavirus within the nursing homes. And then he covered up the deaths. I don't want to hear a single person come to me about how this is unfair. You're piling on when he's down because he covered up mass deaths, guys. I know that these are our members and they're not part of the group of people who are telling us to take it easy on him. But that's what my response to these people would be. It's ridiculous. No, like I don't care about political labels. I don't care if it's a Democrat, I don't care if it's a Republican, I don't care if it's a self-professed leftist. If they're doing the wrong thing, then they need to be held accountable for it. I don't care what their personal brand is. Yeah. And that's another thing, by the way, that Barbara Ehrenreich writes about, which I think is important. But okay, why don't we talk about Chris Cuomo, because he's been getting a lot of heat lately, and he's responded to that heat. So let's talk about it. CNN primetime host Chris Cuomo has been dealing with quite a bit of backlash. As many of you probably know, his brother, the governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, is embroiled in multiple scandals, including covering up mass deaths in nursing homes in the state of New York, and also allegations of sexual harassment. There are now 3 different women who have come forward, including 2 of the former staffers for Cuomo's administration. So people have been demanding that Chris Cuomo himself, as the anchor of CNN, the primetime anchor of CNN, cover the story. And he has responded to those demands. He's responded to the criticism. Let's hear what he has to say.
Let me say something that I'm sure is very obvious to you who watch my show. And thank you for that. You're straight with me, I'll be straight with you. Obviously, I'm aware of what's going on with my brother. And obviously, I cannot cover it because he is my brother. Now, of course, CNN has to cover it. They have covered it extensively, and they will continue to do so. I have always cared very deeply about these issues, and profoundly so. I just wanted to tell you that. There's a lot of news going on that matters also, so let's get after that.
So I'm going to let you respond, Francesca.
No,
you go. What you think?
No, you.
Okay, I will. Sure,
you
happily,
go first,
happily.
please,
So,
please.
In the beginning of the pandemic, Chris Cuomo would have his brother Andrew Cuomo on, and it was this thing. Like, this is when Andrew Cuomo was, delighting in overwhelming positive news coverage because he tried to really differentiate himself from Donald Trump in the incompetence that we experienced in responding to the coronavirus pandemic under that administration. Cuomo, through his statistical regurgitations, sounded more competent. And I think that tricked people into thinking that he was a far better leader. And so President Cuomo was trending on Twitter at the time. Cuomo-sexual was trending on Twitter at the time. There were all these glowing magazine covers featuring Andrew Cuomo. He got an Emmy for his coronavirus press briefings. And around this time is when Chris Cuomo would have his brother on for these segments, and everyone thought it was cute. I mean, there were people who found it deeply problematic, and it certainly does go against journalistic ethics. But it seemed like there was no problem for Chris Cuomo to talk about his brother and even have his brother on during those times, and to kind of use this excuse now, I think is interesting. I don't think that Chris Cuomo should ever be able to cover a family member. It goes against journalistic ethics, period. And to be fair, CNN actually has been covering the Andrew Cuomo story. It's just that it doesn't get covered on Chris Cuomo's show.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I was sort of thinking there, and I think you're absolutely right that the ethical thing to do is to not cover it, but to address it and talk about it. I guess I just want to say that there is not just in politics a dynastic problem, but in media there is a dynastic problem. And there obviously is a Venn diagram there, and we have the Cuomos as a perfect example. But a lot of media figures, very few of them, got to where they are because they just sort of like won a competition someday. Actually, Rachel Maddow did start off by winning like a radio competition. A lot of them are children of relatives of either other people in media, political figures. You've got your Jenna Bushes, you've got your Abby Huntsmans, you've got a lot of this, like, again, an elite media class. And we don't just say that, we say that, and it's not just a lefty thing. And as someone who's like tried to break into that, I see it everywhere. And as a lot of media workers understand, like, you kind of have to have a relative in the biz if you want a show or you want to get in with it. So my problem is bigger. My problem is more about the nepotism. It's more about the gross, like, stranglehold that certain families and political families meandering over to the media side that they have. Meanwhile, Anna and I need our own talk show, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean, love TYT, but they should be banging down our doors to be like, please, will you do a morning show? Come on now, let's see you cook.
Girl, They don't want us. They don't want critics of capitalism on corporate media shows. Like I remember when, I think it was the first time I ever went on CNN. It was during the 2016 primary cycle. And I don't even remember what they had me on for, but I was on with Brian Stelter. And what was the name of the blonde woman who was like a Trump stan? She was on CNN all the time during the 2016 election, and then she falsely accused a Fox News anchor of sexually assaulting her, and then basically got outed.
Not McEnany?
Not McEnany. God, I'm forgetting her name. She then ended up working for RT. I totally forgot her name, which is a good thing. Yeah. It's a very good thing. Yes. Anyway, but basically during that segment, I mentioned the way corporate media is funded, right? So we don't take advertisers unless we agree with their business model, we agree with their messaging. Whatever automatic ads play on YouTube, we have no control over that. But we do have control over our partners and our sponsors and all of that. And so I tried to make a point about how, CNN at that time especially was really ignoring socioeconomic issues that Americans were dealing with. Student loan debt wasn't really being covered. And I just said, like, I think corporate sponsors have a lot to do with it. And then gone, like CNN was not interested in having me on again until way later in 2020 during the Democratic primary cycle. And to be fair to Chris Cuomo, like he would at least give progressives a seat at the table to defend Bernie Sanders. But then after that, gone, like no more.
Yeah, no,
so it's hard. It's hard for people like us to break out in corporate media. Our message is against their whole business model, really.
For sure. Good for you for even naming it. But at the same time, I'm like, I do want to see you and Cenk more on Chris Cuomo's show. And I think you guys have done a great job on it. Even though it's often framed in a really like basic bad faith way, you guys continue to slay. It doesn't matter. You've debated Ann Coulter, so you've done worse. You've battled with the beasts. But yeah, like I'm just grossed out by the whole nepotistic stuff. It needs to end. We need to stop. We need to look beyond. It's not even about it. Like people who are anti-capitalist who have like a critique, but it's also about like, can you not just hire the politician's daughter or son? Yeah, maybe, or brother.
Right, it's like Meghan McCain, and
exactly,
like that's the one that gets under my skin the most. Because I know firsthand what that incompetence is like, and the work ethic and all of that. Like it's just, I mean, I remember talking about this in detail with you. Like it's a grind. Like doing this job is especially when you don't have the resources that corporate media has. It's difficult. You have a small team of people. You don't want, as EP, like I don't want to stretch members of my team too thin because just a few of us were like carrying a lot on a daily basis. And just imagine having the resources they have and being able to kind of produce, to produce the kinds of stories that we care about, to be able to like actually do these types of stories justice. I mean, it's a fantasy, it's a dream of mine.
Can you imagine still being that mad? Like I think about Ellen, and I'm like, girl, I know. How do you have that much money, that much staff, and like you're still like a POS? Like why? Like, can you imagine how happy you would be if there was like 10 times the funding and you got like your paper, everything sort of handed to you. You had like writer, whatever you want, Oh
my God, someone to do my makeup and my hair. Like I can sit and just keep reading or like sit and maybe eat lunch, like sit and relax. And someone else is doing this. Like I don't have to deal with it anymore. I hate doing my makeup every day. I can't stand it. Hate doing my hair every day. Like, yeah, on Friday, by the way, I'm gonna do it. Like it's been almost over a year since I've had my hair professionally cut. And obviously you guys can tell I'm a brunette now. My natural hair has grown out quite a bit. So I'm gonna get my hair done and it's gonna take literally all day. Like the stylist told me and I was like, I wanna shoot myself. I hate getting my nails done, hate getting my hair done, hate doing all the things that we have to do.
What are you gonna get more blonde in?
I like blonde. I know people are like, man, don't get blonde hair, but it's for me. It's not for you. Like I like the way I look with lighter hair. I just enjoy it. So
dude,
I'm gonna do it.
Look, as someone who was born blonde, JK, I obviously wasn't, but if I could pull off blonde, I mean, I have done, but in more of an edgy, like not natural way. I say if you can pull it off, do it. You pull it off for sure. Also, how does your hair not look like it hasn't been cut in a year? Like it looks good. That's insane to me.
There's a qualifier. It has not been professionally cut, meaning when I get desperate, I go to Christian. Like I'll take a shower, wash my hair, and while it's wet, I'll go to him and I'll be like, listen to me. Straight line in the back, just a straight line. Don't do anything, straight line. And he'll do it. But that when my hair has the kind of texture where if you don't have any layers in it, then it just it's very straight and very flat. And so it's just, I've been curling my hair a lot more lately to kind of make up for it, except for days like today where I don't have time to curl my hair. It's just time to wash it and blow dry it. But imagine if someone was there doing it for me, just sitting there.
So relaxing, just like the little feeling of a brush, like
Totally. Totally.
I know. I would love that. Well, I think you do. You could get that. We can get that. Brett can do makeup. Come on, Brett.
Oh my God. No, Brett does too much already. I can't imagine him doing makeup. No, Cenk would never spend money on a makeup artist. Like not in a million years. Like you think Cenk cares about camera appearance? Like, no, you deal with it. You want to look good for the camera, you deal with it. Like he doesn't care about it at all. It's literally the last thing he would spend money on. So it's frustrating. When we used to work for Current TV, there was a makeup artist for Current TV. And I just remember coming into work, fresh faced.
Wait, was it Elisa? Daisy? Was it Elisa? Because I think I had her too. Was someone? Do you remember her name?
I don't remember Elisa. I know that we had a few different people come in, but the one who was there more consistently was a woman named Daisy, who was just the sweetest woman. Loved her, and it was always a fun gossip session, not about anyone that either one of us actually know. She would tell me about her personal life, I would tell her about my personal life. And it was fun, it was nice. And it was sometimes when I was overwhelmed, I could just sit there and literally read while she was doing it. And it's that time is such an important resource that I wish I can get back.
Yeah. Word. I love that this has descended into that. I think I love talking about this crap. I've had a couple makeup artists. They're amazing. They're my heroes. I learn a lot from them. Newsbroke had makeup artists once when we had a studio, and now I've just used all their techniques. They're such great artists.
Yeah.
And then you just talk to them about your own problems. And then now you understand why people marry their makeup artists. Because oh yeah, there's all this intimacy every day.
I thought about proposing to Daisy. I'm look, I'm straight, but I feel a deeper connection here. No, she was amazing. She really was. And I love that you said that because look, we don't have the time or the resources to go get professional makeup classes. So whenever I have the privilege of a professional doing my makeup, I'm oh, what's that product? Or when they step away for a second, I take pictures. I'm what's that brand? Okay, so I can know what to buy and what to It's piecing together intel basically to look decent on camera. That's how I've learned to do my makeup through YouTube tutorials.
Oh yeah. Those YouTube, are you gonna do a tutorial? Are you gonna do the coveted Anna Kasparian Instagram Live makeup routine?
Maybe, I don't know. I feel goofy doing it, but maybe I might. If I do it, it won't be on the YouTube channel for a TYT. I'll maybe do it on my own Instagram, but it's for the ladies. They want to know how I do the liner, which the only secret to good eyeliner is being forced to do it every day. Then you'll be fantastic at it. I promise you.
Today I was doing my makeup going, man, I did not do this at all when I was in my 20s. Like, I think, first of all, stay young, stay fresh faced. You don't need makeup. But I'm 37. Hello, and I'm like, oh, suddenly I'm a woman. Like, and I had like a song, like Sinatra played in the background. And it was like, look, be a lady. I just felt very adult. I felt very like, and then also like, how is it taking me this long to look like this and like this put together? Where it was like, I was so out to lunch when I was in my 20s trying to do your makeup. But once again, you don't need it. You don't need it.
No, it's honestly for the camera. Like if I worked at if I had a situation where I was not on camera every day, it would be different. The lighting like makes you paler. It kind of drowns out your features. So makeup for the cameras makes sense. Men wear makeup for the camera.
Oh yeah.
For that reason. So I get it. Like if for the camera, it makes sense. But if I were like an accountant or if I was doing anything else that doesn't require me to be in front of a camera, I would put some BB cream on and call it a day.
Yeah.
BB cream is just like SPF with a little bit of a tint to like even out that skin tone. If you have like, what is it called again? I have like blotchy, not rosacea, blotchy, like kind of dark, melasma, there we go. I have melasma, which sucks. But in the summertime, basically what it is because of your hormones, your skin is very sensitive to the sun. So like about 8 years ago, I noticed like during the summertime, like my skin was like super uneven. I was getting like blotchy, it looked like sun damage. And then it would fade in the wintertime. And then I found out through a dermatologist what it was. And it sucks because it'll never permanently go away. And if you don't take care of it, it'll get worse.
That's why, because I love getting a little bit of a tan on the face, but then you're like, hey, I'm more blotchy with a tan. Why is that?
Yeah.
This is all good information. I just want to talk skin routine and makeup with you. We could do this. I feel very bad for people not interested in this kind of content, but deal with it.
Sorry. We gave you a little bit of everything today, all right? Rich men crying, Cuomo drama, media critique, and a little bit of talk of makeup.
Yeah.
$15 an hour minimum wage, so we opened with. We like to be comprehensive here at TYT. We cover the bases. That's what we do.
Absolutely. Next time we're gonna talk about whether we're actually wearing real pants. Because I've been curious, Anna. I don't think you're not like, I feel like you're just wearing sweats, but maybe you're also above sweats. I don't know.
I've worn leggings quite a bit on this show. So I'll wear like a different top, but I'll have like black leggings on. Today I'm wearing a dress, which some of our viewers felt was a little too slutty for the show today, but I will make sure to cover my bare shoulders in the future. I don't want to offend anyone. No, I won't. I'm just kidding. I'll wear what I want. And you guys should have an awesome night. Francesca, you want to plug your show for one last time before we go?
Oh my God, one last time. We're gonna plug the Bitchuation podcast. I will stop. Bitchuation Room podcast. Listen wherever you get your podcasts, and also on my YouTube channel at Franny Fio. That's the Franny Fio everywhere.
Love it. Thank you so much, Francesca. Always fun to do the show with you.
Likewise.
And thank you to our viewers. You guys have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to Old School. Jake Huger, Ben Mankiewicz. I'm in a crazy mood, so this ought to be fun. We're going to talk about wild and nonsensical topics. Of course, it's called Old School. Actually, the name doesn't matter at all. I don't.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but nonetheless, if you watch Old School, you know what it's about. So here are the things we're going to talk about. We didn't get to acronyms last time. Obviously, that's got to be talked about. ASAP. Is that an acceptable thing to say to people, or is it not acceptable? And we didn't get to Turkish industrialists, but we likely won't. I'm going to tell a ridiculous cash register story in a second. In other words, obviously, tons to get to. As always, Old School brought to you by shoptyt.com, where you will not be able to get this shirt. Psych. Wait, what? So this was for the press on campaign in 2020. We pressed on. We made it. Everybody who contributed at 127 or more got this shirt. We don't sell it. You cannot get it. Sorry, it was part of an old campaign. World's worst tease. All right. So, Bennett, as you can
By the
tell,
way, here's something else you can't get at tyt.com. Look at that. Look at that. That is an old school mug. I mean, it's not an old school mug because I-24 has only been around like an hour. But it's old school because Michael Schur worked at I-24 for like an hour. It's a nice moment of our shared cultural history, an I-24 mug.
Yeah. To be more accurate, I-24 has been around for an hour and 12 minutes, and Michael was there for about 50 of those minutes.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. So anyways, Michael's now on to his 28th channel in a row. Check him out at, I don't know, it'll change tomorrow. Okay. And Old School, of course. Anyways, so Ben, I'm at one of those like semi-fancy grocery stores. I don't really know what to call them. You know, the Sprouts, the Whole Foods. Yeah, this one's like called Bridgerton or something like that.
Bristol Farms?
Yeah, that's it. Bristol Farms. Okay. Quick side note. Did you watch any of Bridgerton?
Yeah, and obviously I stopped watching after 5 minutes because I couldn't bear it. But I concede that it's probably good, but I couldn't bear it. Just on the costumes alone, I don't care. I don't like things where the first thing you're supposed to react to is, oh my God, look at that, look what they're wearing. Can't do it. Checked out.
Okay, Ben, in a shocking twist on Old School, I'm going to disagree. So I, on the other hand, watched the whole thing. And there is a secret British female inside me. Let's just call it what it is. I'm coming out of the closet on the secret British female inside of me. Because that tea and crumpets, I make fun, but I like it. It's like, just
don't look.
Stop it. I can't even.
I have an instinct to not like the costume dramas, and it was just so much right at the beginning, and where one partner goes to another and they look at each other. But I got it. I see who likes it. I know it's good. Like I'm not. You won't catch me saying it's bad. It's obviously delightful, right?
Yeah.
And I like this. And I like this sort of reimagination where there's no racism. You know, like that.
Oh, I love that. I love
that.
No,
I do. I like that. Like it's and it's fun, light, it's breezy. I'm all for it. I just can't watch it. Or the time may come.
Look, first of all, I complete pardon, like a bigger pardon than Roger Stone got. If you say that's not for you, then it's not for you. And I would never begrudge that. Okay. In fact, it probably shouldn't be for you. It probably shouldn't be for me. You said like it was probably pretty good. And you said delightful, 50-50. It was delightful. No, it wasn't that good. It was a very standard soap opera, right? But I like that kind of stuff. I like the weirdo romance. I'm a secret softie.
Did you watch The Crown? Are you watching The Crown?
No, I didn't get into The Crown. I don't get me near those British things. The next thing you know, I'm watching that for the next couple of years.
Well, I'll tell you. So here's what I know about The Crown. I've seen parts of 6 episodes, sometimes 12 minutes, sometimes 49 minutes, one episode start to finish, right? Mm-hmm. Because my wife watches it and loves it, and it's the thing she watched and I didn't watch. We didn't start it at the time, but I didn't like it because of the costumes, right? In the beginning, I don't care what she's wearing. I'm not into it. She looks silly, right? The Queen looks silly. The people around the Queen look silly. Everything about them looks silly. So I checked out on The Crown, right? Come on. I'm an American. right? And then she'd be watching it in our bedroom, and I'd come upstairs, and I'd be like, "Oh, are you watching The Crown?" And then like you just glance at the TV, and instantly I'm like, "Who's that guy?" Right? And then she explains, and I'm like, "Oh yeah," and I watch, and within 2 minutes you're like, "All right, I get it. Okay, there's still I got it. I don't like this, but this is very good." Like right, like you can't help it. Like, and then I watched some of Gillian Anderson as Margaret Thatcher sitting with the Queen and Olivia Colman, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I got it. This is great." I'm still not watching it, but this is great.
No, Ben, I really appreciate your protest, and I think the country does. I think when you protest things that you like, that really shows them. It does.
Yeah, that's right.
Netflix
You got to
is
take a stand.
bad.
Like, this is really, really, really cleverly done, brilliantly written, well structured. It's compelling and draws you in, and I want no part of it.
Yeah. So I once attended a super secret panel, not a big deal. And Reed Hastings, who runs Netflix, was being interviewed, and it's all off the record, so I can't tell you anything about it. So next thing I want to tell you is, no, I'm kidding. The one thing I can say is that Reed Hastings said his favorite show is The Crown, and I'm sure that he loves it because on its own merit, but also because it kills on Netflix. So obviously it's really good. A lot of people are watching.
It's great. Every year, whether it's the Emmys or the Golden Globes, which as we taped this were last night, and man, that was an entertaining show. And so I had, but every year it would beat like this. And of course I haven't really seen it. And in fact, for the first 2 years that it was winning awards, I hadn't seen a scene, right? I just hated it. Hated Claire Foy, hated all her friends, hated everything about it, right? And then I started like checking it out in season 3, and that's when I was like, oh, wait a minute. But every year it would beat at the Emmys or the Globes the Americans and Better Call Saul, and I would be like these are top 12 shows all time. Like, these are part of the brilliance of television. And like, Ray Seahorn, who's been on TYT programming, and who's the Kim Wexler and Better Call Saul. Like, you can't be better at acting. Like, you just can't. She's and Claire Foy, Claire Foy, right? I mean, I got it. Claire Foy might be one of the greatest actors of all time, but fine. So is Ray Seahorn. So I would get really angry when The Crown kept winning. So anyway, I have some issues.
Yeah, I think we got more about you out of that than we did about The Crown or anything else.
Oh yeah, you didn't like my review of The Crown? This guy who's seen a grand total of 84 minutes of it spread out over 6 episodes.
Let me summarize Ben's review. Every time I watched it, was really good. That's why I made sure to never watch it.
Not gonna catch me watching that.
The actress in it is legendary, and everyone thinks she's great. That's why I can't stand her. And I'm rooting for other actresses for no reason. Okay,
Claire Foy, Olivia Colman and Claire Foy. F those. Come on. Yeah.
People will take you seriously. That's the funny part. But anyway, so look, but as you were talking, Ben, I figured myself out. So we got breaking news here on Old School. Right. It turns out I like drama. And so when you give me drama in Game of Thrones, I love it, right? When you give me political drama, I love it. But it turns out I even like romantic drama. Like, are Dude de Clare, are they really the match of the season?
Yeah, you're not. That's not. By the way, this little bit here is not going to get me to watch Bridgerton.
Oh, that's the other thing I figured out. Somewhat related to Bridgerton, but it was actually maybe triggered by a conversation with my sister, who's actually smart. And it turns out that I do declare that I do. The people say, oh, that's not really Southern, that's British, right? And they're right.
But you thought it was Southern? That's what you're...
No, I'm sorry. I thought it was British, and people would say that it was Southern, right?
I see, yeah.
Right. It turns out the South got it from the UK. My sister explained, and part of her thesis and the PhD she's getting is about this, is that they would borrow different things from different cultures, but mainly they were trying to emulate Victorian English era in the South on the plantations. So when
that's what it looks like. That's what the houses look like, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, 100%. And she's studying from the architecture perspective. So it turns out we were all right. Our do declare is British and Southern.
Yeah. So I mean, I just like, let's borrow from a sexually repressive era where no one got what they wanted ever at any time unless they were born with it, and sometimes not even then, where no one really had fun, and if you were poor, you never had fun, and everyone was poor. Like that, let's do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And
man, how are we going to make any money? Well, we got slaves. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
So that's the South, but my sister loves the British stuff too. It must be in the genes. The anything related to the royals. Don't get me wrong. I hate the royals in real life. Like I don't hate them. I don't care about them. Right. Like, I hate the coverage of the royals. They're totally irrelevant. They're rando number 1 and rando number 2. Yeah, it's like giving them any more weight than that is insane. And totally irrational.
I'd be curious whether, at some point one day you may watch The Crown. You will like it. It's great. But it does bring it does a fantastic job of humanizing rando number 1 and rando number 2. Like that is what is truly great about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so, but what I was going to say about my sister is, at least if she's honest, she's like, look, do I fancy myself, part of the royal court back then? Of course. Was I in a previous life? No. We were all peasants in a previous life.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Everybody was
99% of us were peasants.
Everybody was Oliver Twist, right?
Yeah.
Your parents died when you were 2 because there was no medicine and nobody cared about getting you medicine or a doctor or a job.
And then you led the most brutal, hard life that anybody's ever seen.
Brutal. Awful. Yeah. The only thing worse was if you were Irish. Then it was a little more brutal.
Yeah. I mean, not even getting into their potato issues. So, look, people say like, oh, time travel. I'd love to travel back into the past. No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Number 1, there's no air conditioning.
Yeah.
Number 2, they will mistake you immediately for a peasant because you exist and are not part of the royal court of any of the empires. So you'll immediately be enslaved and spend an eternity in the worst life you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, like would I like to go back in time and be rich in Hollywood in 1970? Okay, we can begin to have that conversation, but already there are a number of preconditions.
Yeah, but
by the way,
that's but 1970, Ben, is like, I'm going to get the year wrong a little bit, but it's something like 15 AC, right? So that's after air conditioning.
Yeah, that's right. No. And also I'd go back and I'd be 20 and I'd get drafted, like I think I got it, right? Or I'd come back rich in 1970, but I'd forget to get a deferment and I'd be the one wealthy kid, who had to go to Vietnam. So you know what? I'll just stay here. Fine.
Here's not so bad.
Here's not so bad. Time travel. Traveling is hard. Time traveling during the pandemic has been particularly difficult.
I never time travel without a mask.
Can't time travel without a mask. Yeah. Underrated, as we just touched on the Irish briefly, underrated, the baked potato. I mean, this relates both to the Irish and the 1970s, when I had a lot of baked potatoes between 1970 and 1979. It's fairly standard dinner fare. And then I didn't have any baked potatoes until like 7 years ago, when you walk into a supermarket and they have potatoes and they say like, great for baking. And then they have them now, like they wrap them in the whatever, the plastic or whatever the plastic wrap is, and it's tight and you can microwave it. And it works. It works great because a baked potato takes like 5 hours to make normally. Right? You got to think, oh, you know what? I'd like a baked potato at 7. It's 4:30. I better get cracking. Right? It's not really realistic to how people live their lives. But I've had some baked potatoes, and they're fantastic. There never should have been a baked potato down period in America.
Well, the Irish couldn't agree more. But okay, too soon? I don't know. Probably not. So I'm not a big baked potato fan for 2 reasons. Number 1, I don't like the consistency of potatoes. So that I get that makes me un-American, because Like fat French fries, I got no interest. Skinny fries, it's mainly fries and not potatoes, so I could live with. So the baked potato I don't like because 98% of it is that consistency that I don't like. But the other part that I do like
mash. You don't like mashed potatoes?
No. If there's great mashed potatoes, I will have maximum of 4, spoons, and that's it. I'll leave the rest.
Spoonful, the word you're looking for? Helpings?
Yeah, I eat it with a fork. That's why I got stuck. I'm like, there's no such thing as a forkful.
No, I eat a fork. I use a fork whenever possible.
Yeah,
spoon is for stirring and soup.
Invention.
Yeah.
Underrated.
Yeah.
Chopsticks overrated. I'm not saying it. I said it. And knife rated. Okay.
Knife rated. Yeah, obviously you have to cut some things. You need it.
Yeah, you got to cut it.
Things. You got to cut. You got to spread. But yeah.
Knives, not complicated. Necessary. Rated. All right, we're moving forward. But the part of the baked potato that I like is the part where I put the bacon, the cheese, the butter, and the sour cream. So I eat all of that with a tiny bit of potato, but then I feel like that might be, even for me, the single most fattening thing I eat.
Yeah, I got you. You don't like baked potatoes. It's weird. You don't like potatoes. I mean, mashed potatoes. Like, I don't like fries so much anymore unless I get the potato taste. And potatoes are so responsive to seasoning. That's one of the great things about potatoes. Like you put all that stuff in there. I usually just go butter. I like chives, by the way, in your description of everything else too.
Chives underrated.
Yeah, underrated.
I'm shocked that I like chives. I'm shocked that I'm saying they're underrated, but hence underrated.
Hence, it's the definition of underrated.
Yeah.
But the baked potato, like you put salt in a baked potato. As soon as you put a little salt in, you're like, listen, taste that salt.
Yeah,
like
it's true.
The pepper and everything you put in a baked potato is alive. All right, I think I've established my strong opinions on the Crown, which are baseless, and the baked potato, which are well founded and backed by research.
Yeah. Well, on the Crown, I think they're less baseless than the opposite of reality, as you yourself admitted to. So, but I like that strong stance. Like anytime somebody admits, no, I know I'm wrong, but I'm sticking with it, I think too strong. I like it.
And like,
reminds me of coffee.
I don't know anything about what the rest of the world does. Many places around the world clearly do interesting things with potatoes, right? I mean, we know what the French do. Right, but there's like the potatoes, Lyonnaise. That must be France, right? With that name,
I would imagine. There's no way it is.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not potatoes.
The way they did potatoes in Lyon, I'm guessing, right?
That's what I would guess.
And I don't love all the ways of potatoes, but I'm pretty sure that you don't go anywhere else and get a baked potato. That feels like that's ours. That just feels that's ours.
Yeah, I feel like the French kind of accidentally stole the French fry title. Lyonnaise is an educated guess, and I actually like that because it's got plenty of butter and cheese and all that stuff that's bad for you. But Ben, I don't want to gloss over the most important point you made, which is the one advantage of the potato, and hence the overwhelming success of French fries in America, is that it holds the salt well. That's its main gift.
It holds it
all.
It's the
holder of the salt, and that I can appreciate.
Yeah. Well, so, again, I mean, you're wrong on baked, but what are you going to do? You don't like the consistency. You don't like the consistency. That's the way your mouth is put together.
No, Ben, there's nothing you could do.
There's nothing you can do. You can't. That's not a thing. Like, you could learn to like a flavor. Like, I don't like fish, and maybe when I'm a grown up, I'll like fish. Right? It's possible that there'll be some fish that I don't like. Salmon. Like, salmon grosses me out. Everything about salmon grosses me out. Right? But that might change. But you can't, like, I'm not going to suddenly think, the consistency of squid suddenly appeals to me. Inconceivable.
That's right. No, that's exactly right. No, you're hashtag wrong about salmon, but you're hashtag right overall. Because squid has a consistency that I could see somebody drawing the line. Hey, brother, I'll try salmon. We'll see what happens. We'll float with a yellowfish. Oh, I'm surprised, right?
Right.
Squid, you're not going to be surprised. You're right. That is the consistency of it. You're getting what you bargained for or didn't bargain for. In my case, look at the consistency I have: potatoes, beans, and hummus. I like hummus because it's loaded up with the other stuff, but I barely like it. It's like a 5.5 out of 10, even though I'm from the Middle East. So that's a big statement.
It has a little bit of a mashed potato consistency. There's no question.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Chickpeas, beans, and potatoes, same consistency. That grainy stuff, same reason I can't be a vegan. I'm sure it's better now. I'm positive. Everybody who's a vegan, I love you, and you're right, and I'm wrong. # wrong. But if in the old days, every vegan thing I tasted had that same grainy consistency. And
I will end this segment, Cenk, with I know we have to go with the because I want to like salmon. I want to like all the fishes because I like the idea of fish, right? Like you grill it and it's responsive to flavors, right? You lemon, garlic, right? You pepper. I love pepper, right? And you just sort of, and when I have fish, I got like pepper, endless. I blacken it myself, and then lemon. All things that are great, right? We all agree.
Everybody agrees.
Once again, so I've said many times that the idea to me of like sitting on a dock in New England, wearing a probably jeans or maybe shorts that are long and frayed at the edges, but you're wearing a sweatshirt no matter what, right? And you're having a beer and you're eating clams, right?
Yes.
But I don't like clams and I don't like beer, but I want to, and I want that moment. I know that moment. I like that guy. I like that guy better than I like myself, but I am not him. He is not me.
You know what, Ben? We're going to end on a hopeful note, and let's note for the record, we literally did not get through one story, but we're going to do a whole nother one. So tyt.com/join, you get the whole episode. But we're ending on the hashtag one day salmon. Okay. So one day by the dock of the bay, one day clams, one day beer, but mainly hashtag one day salmon. Back on the old school Cenk Uygur Ben Mankers with you guys, where we, of course, always discuss nonsense. I was saying that I went to a store called Bridgerton, which, of course, is not called Bridgerton. Ben deciphered for me that it's Bristol Farms. So I go and I get a bunch of like frou-frou spreads. Like I'm such a...
a garlic and cheese spread, like a Alouette cheese?
I remember now. Yeah, one of them involved pimento. And I barely know what pimento is. And I was like, oh, I do that. Is rather sophisticated. I should buy that.
Underrated pimento.
Okay. Is it an olive? What is a pimento?
I don't know. Literally, no idea. I mean, I don't have any idea. I mean, because it just occurred to me, I think it's a cheese because there's pimento cheese, but that's just the cheese with pimento in it. So I don't know what Asher probably knows what pimento
is. No, it turns out Asher doesn't know either. I can tell from her face. We can see her. You guys can't. Okay.
Or she thought the same thing with the cheese. She was like, "That pimento cheese."
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So Asher, just turn on your mic for a second. Does it turn out to be an olive, a cheese, or neither?
It is a chili pepper. It's a
chili pepper, obviously.
Yeah. Right, because it's a little spicy. I was going to say it's going to be something hot.
Yeah. Hashtag we know nothing. We're moving forward. So I got that, and then I got like a BLT spread too, which is not that fancy, of course. But and so anyway, I feel good about it, and I'm in a great mood. And I get to the cash register, and Ben, you know me, I talk at the cash register, especially if I'm in a good mood. And so I'm engaging the lady there, and she is not at all engaging back.
Sure.
She's a General Stonewall, right? And so I'm like talking about how, hey, look at this. I'm experimenting with the food today. I'm feeling kind of, spicy and experimental and stuff. She's like, yeah, okay, $37.13. And I'm like, but let's be fair. I think this food is going to taste even better when I'm high, right? That's what I'm don't tell anybody, but that's what I'm looking forward to. And she's like, okay, I think it'll probably taste good either way. So put the card in the thing, right? And so like totally humorless, #Stonewall. I'm not getting anything out of it, right? And then I think it's done. And I was like, well, I tried. We were having fun, right? Or at least I was. And then she kind of almost whispers, it does taste better when you're high, doesn't it? I was like, I knew it. I knew it. I knew you were fun, but didn't want to admit it.
So
walking out of Bristol.
The great thing is
gotcha.
I mean, there's a lot of things to glean from this. One, we obviously learned something about you, which is that you don't respect other people's boundaries.
We already knew that.
Second, that the fact that she responded in that way at the end ruins it for who knows how many people for the next 40 years that you haunt the earth, right? Now you're always going to be like, you can keep pretending you're not hearing me, but I remember the girl at Bridgerton, the girl at Bridgerton Farms. She came through in the end. Yeah. So but I like it. And then the other thing is that you get nothing, and then you think, I know how to get her. I'll say the same thing that I've just said about how much I'm going to enjoy this, but I'm going to add that I'm a drug user. Right. I'm going to just add, what about high? What about getting high? Like just you push it just a little further. And then again, as I said, tragically, it pays off.
Yeah. No, look, I'll break people down. I will. Okay. You don't want to like me, but you kind of will. #OneDayJenk. Okay.
I think
like One Day Uger better.
You already did it to me. I mean, I didn't not like you. I liked you right away, but I didn't know that we'd be like great friends. And obviously not everybody liked you because it's not so they didn't like you. People were like, what is this? Right?
I mean, Ben, if there's one sentence I've heard most in my life, it is #what is this?
What is this? What's happening? Who's your friend? What's this?
Who is this guy? What's he doing?
Right. What's he doing? What's the thing he's doing? I don't understand. So, and then, so my willingness to embrace outsiders, for lack of a better word, and I've done it. But it doesn't, it doesn't usually pay off. Like it turns out, most of them are just assholes. Right. But in your case, no, it paid off. And it's just totally worth it. Like if you go 1 for 6, it's fantastic. You get a friend for life, right?
Yeah. Well, it depends on, I guess, the depth of the win. But look, I get what you're saying. Crazy guys usually are problematic. I just happen to be, if we're lucky, on the right day, sometimes kind of fun to hang out with. So there's a fun side of crazy.
It's an understatement. It's just that your craziness is the action. It's just it turns out it doesn't seem like you have boundaries, right? But of course you do, right? And of course you actually respect other people's, right?
Yeah. But what people don't know, and what I violate all the time, and I think it's made all the difference, is that you're not supposed to break the rules, but it's okay from time to time to bend the rules, right? And that includes the societal expectations and unspoken rules and etiquette, right? So it's okay to talk to anybody like a real person, not a real person. Everybody gets that, but like an old friend. I know it's weird, right? You don't normally see that, but you'd be surprised at how well they respond. I mean, my whole life. I don't actually run into that many the girl at Bridgerton's, right? Most of the time people, are into it right away. I'll go to Ralph's, the main grocery store out here in California, and, they'll say, okay, $74.87. And I'll give you 70. And they'll be like, what? Yeah. And then I was like, all right, fine, 72. And then they'll get it and they'll be like, I like this guy. Okay. Yeah. Just have fun. Just have fun. It doesn't matter. Just have fun. Anyway, obviously the hashtag we're all taking away here is the girl of Bridgerton. And everyone else online will be totally confused. They're like, wait, which one was she? When in reality, we're talking about the cash register lady at Bristol Farms.
Yeah. Bristol Farms, by the way, I mean, it's entirely possible that you would buy the BLT spread and the pimento spread, and it would be $37.13. Like, Bristol Farms is not messing around. They are going to rob you.
Yeah, but I showed up for the robbery.
Yeah, that's right. You know, if you walk in knowing you're about to get robbed, but you're going to have some nice pimento spread, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And look, the pimento, I went for the carrot cake, stayed for the pimento spread. Because hashtag went for the carrot cake. No, their desserts are divine, if you will. And so
yeah, they have you know what, they have great food. Like all the food is great there. It's a supermarket. It's just it is everybody's everybody who doesn't live in Los Angeles who has an opinion about what life is like out here, and thinks of what a grocery store in LA must be like. It's Bristol Farms. That's it.
And it's true.
And there's a couple others too. Like there's also a place called Gelson's, and it's in the same kind of place. Yeah.
Yeah, it's everything you saw in the movie of like life in LA that you didn't like. That's it.
Right.
Okay. Okay, but I enjoyed it. I think it's a hoot. Anyway, whenever I go to Bridgerton / Bristol Farms, I kind of tiptoe it because I know I'm going to get hurt at the end. But totally. It's like, but the desserts. Oh, do they have those naughty cookies? They are quite the rascals.
You need discipline and a plan when you go into Bristol Farms, or you're going to spend $148 and you're going to have 6 things. They're going to be great, right? But you're just going to have 6 things. And then like if you get like I'll go to Bristol Farms and I'd be like, and I get a piece of chocolate cake, and then I'm like, well, I'm here. I get one. Yeah, obviously got to get one for my daughter, and then you're like, well, what if we don't have milk? Do I really want to make another stop? And you're like, sure. I'll pay $7.89 for a gallon of milk. I'm here, right? It's slow. You got to have a plan. You got to stick to the plan. Then you go to 7-Eleven and get your milk like a normal person.
Yeah, that's the thing with Bridgerton. Like, they're like, okay, the pimento thing, we had it handcrafted by a dude in the back who, and they have a whole backstory. He started in 1873. We still have him locked up in the basement, and this is what he does. And you're like, I guess that's good, right? But then the milk will be like 2.5 times more than the milk. It's the same milk. So I'm like, no, there's no dude in the basement. You guys, you're just overcharging because you can.
So I say this as somebody who, I love Starbucks and I love coffee shops, and my favorite leftist argument is that Starbucks closed all the local coffee shops. And I'm sure they did close some local coffee shops, but I've loved coffee since I was 5 years old, and there were no local coffee shops anywhere I ever was until Starbucks came.
No, but that's why I love diners. There were diners, but there were not that many coffee shops. That's like right. Super antiquated.
I mean, coffee places where where the point was that you were getting coffee, right?
No, that didn't exist. That was back in the 1940s and 50s. There was the donut shops, the coffee shops, etc. But by the time Starbucks came, they'd already been washed out.
That's right. And the diners, like, granted, there might have been a lot of diners, but you had to be near the diner, and you had to be able to go in and just get coffee and then go your own way, to quote Lindsey Buckingham. And so anyway, but I was talking to a celebrity, a film director. And we were, we're saying it was on Zoom, and I'm like, hey, I look forward to, at some point, we could meet in person, be great, and have a cup of coffee. And he goes, yeah, it'd be terrific. And it turns out we are near through our lives, and one place I'm often near where he lives. And I go, yeah, I'm up there sometimes. We can get coffee. And he goes, and he names this place there, this like mini Bridgerton Farms, right? That's like almost a full market, but it's not, because it's in a little quaint, very posh LA mall, right? Or, strip mall, but where there's a Starbucks, which is where I go when I'm in that place, and I sit and sometimes I read there, and he goes, I like the cappuccinos over, and he names the other place. I like the cappuccino there better. And you know what? their pastries are actually pretty good at that other place. They're better than Starbucks. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. Like, of course they are. It's like Bristol Farms. Everything's fantastic there. It's also $13 to get a coffee and a pastry. So I can't go. I'd like to go, but I can't go. And then God forbid you think, oh, I'll just pick up a couple other things, and you leave and you spend $49 when all you wanted was a cup of coffee and a place to sit and read.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if there were a coffee shop in LA, there's no way you're walking out of there under $49.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, if there were a coffee shop like that, like Bridgerton.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, they'd be like, oh, this is a cute little biscotti we put on the side. You're like, oh, that's so lovely. It looks so nice. And then you look later, $13. Do what? I didn't even want it. And you put it at the side of the coffee.
I didn't want it. I just wanted to get coffee. But I have a thing like, you know, I get an Americano at Starbucks and it's under $3 and it's $2.50 basically. And I guess it's not that much for a cup of coffee because you're going to spend $1.50 now anywhere pretty much, right? Mm-hmm. You know, and maybe you can do $1 at 7-Eleven, but they don't make it enough at 7-Eleven. It's got to be fresh. But I can't spend $3.50. I can't do it. Like it's just that's ridiculous. Too much. It's too much.
So when we're talking about the baked potato, it reminded me of Bennigan's because that's where I used to get baked potatoes when I was young. We liked Bennigan's, didn't we? Like Bennigan's was Bennigan's was America, wasn't it?
Bennigan's was great. Bennigan's was Applebee's on its best day.
Way better. Yeah.
Yeah, way better. Let me tell you something about Bennigan's. What was great about Bennigan's? So
potato skins.
My wife just walked in and said potato skins. We were talking about potatoes. Jen liked
Noted potato skins.
All right. You know you're on the air, just so you know.
I'm sorry.
Just it's fine. You want to keep talking?
I don't even like them. They're gross.
So the what do you call it? Mozzarella sticks were great at Bennigan's. Mozzarella sticks. It turns out you can make a bad mozzarella stick if it's too greasy, if it's too big, if it's flat. They should be round, like a fish stick, right?
Yeah.
Because they need to be dunked. I don't want to have to cut it and put it in something. It's finger food. You hold it and you eat it. So, but it's got to get that right blend, like the original Oreo, of the right amount of wafer and cream, and you have to have the right amount of cheese to fried covering, right? If there's not enough fried covering, you don't have the crunch. If there's too much fried covering, it's gross. So, but Bennigan's not only gave you that with the marinara sauce. Bennigan's is the only place I've ever been to where when you get mozzarella sticks, they gave you horseradish sauce also. And a mozzarella stick in horseradish sauce. I've been chasing that appetizer that I ordered at Bennigan's when I was 26 years old for 27 years now. Like trying to, everywhere I get mozzarella, you have horseradish sauce? And they're like, no. Right? And Bennigan's, like, it wasn't too strong, unlike the coffee. The horse was perfect. And I would kill for right now for an order of mozzarella sticks with a horseradish sauce that's definitely horseradish sauce, but it's been tempered somewhat by I don't know what magic Bennigan's figured out.
Yeah. So I have three things to say about that. Obviously, number one, fingers rated. Number two, but normally we say this sarcastically, but in this case I mean it. Horseradish with mozzarella sticks, bold, very very bold.
Yeah, very bold. I don't have, when you get 6, I don't put them all in the horseradish sauce. Well, I probably would do 3 and then 2 in the mozzarella because you get, but then of course one you're
marinara.
One you're doing it with both.
Yeah. No. Look, I am arguably equally bold, arguably even bolder, because another thing that I did mozzarella sticks is into blue cheese. Now wait a minute, that doesn't make sense because it's 2 different kinds of cheese. What you're dipping cheese in cheese? That doesn't make sense. Or wait, does it? I present to you the idea, for example, 4-cheese pasta. So why not 2 cheese mozzarella sticks? Think about it. Hashtag think about it.
Best grilled cheese sandwich I ever had was at a place called, what the hell was that place called?
Our house? The kitchen?
It was not our house in the kitchen, yeah. Lee, I love my wife, but she thinks like she may. My grilled cheese. What about my grilled cheese? It's a grilled cheese, sweetie. God bless you. It's good, but it's just a grilled cheese.
I got a story on that too.
Like it's not magic. It's just it's good because a grilled cheese is good, and you don't overcook it or undercook it. But sometimes you
disagree. Yeah.
You don't have the brown part done perfectly. No, a grilled cheese can be great. But I think it was a place in Miami, but it was a chain. I want to say Noah's Bagels, but I don't think that was it.
It was Einstein's Bagels.
It was Einstein's Bagel.
Yeah, that was the one
exactly
in Miami.
right. That's what it is. Yeah, and it's Einstein's Bagels, and that's exactly what it is. And they put 4 cheeses on the grilled cheese, and one of them was the first time I had ever, and one of them's cream cheese, and that grilled cheese was the best grilled cheese I've ever had.
See, all right, look, I want to do the entire audience a favor here, and don't say that I never did anything for you, okay? So you're used to turkey and bacon. That's a delicious American combo. Everybody loves it. Some people don't like it, but they're generally communists and some oath keepers mixed in. Okay, but do turkey
boat keepers?
Oath keepers. Oh, the guys who raided the
better makes more
okay,
sense.
The boat keepers, they take it or leave it. They're mainly clams. They're mainly beer.
Why are
and
you
clams.
throwing boat keepers into the lake? Like, what do they do? Yeah.
No. They're total clam and beer guys. No, the oath keepers and stuff. They're the only people who don't like it. But so wait, I forgot the nonsense point I was making.
Cheese, a 4 cheese point.
Oh, 4 cheese. Yeah. So nope, I still forgot it.
You were going to do America a favor. It was 4 cheese.
I was going to do you a favor. Thank you. Here's the favor. Oh my God, you were on the edge of your seat. You're like, Cenk, this is the one thing you were going to do for me, and then you forgot it. Okay, you got the turkey and the bacon. And normally if you're doing a club, maybe you throw American cheese on there. A lot of people like provolone. Do it with cream cheese.
Yeah.
Cream cheese, turkey, bacon sandwich. And this is shocking. I hope you're sitting. But alfalfa sprouts, even though it has a terrible name that makes you think of broccoli and cauliflower, makes you never want to have it, is actually good. And you put alfalfa sprouts on a turkey, bacon, and cream cheese sandwich, and later you will you'll send me money. You'll Venmo me money. You'll super chat. You'll do anything because you're like, bank. Cenk, you did it. You did it. You did one good thing in your life.
I would eat that.
Turn me on.
I would never I would probably tell them to keep the alfalfa sprouts off, but if it comes up, I will leave them on just because of this conversation. Because I don't know why I don't like them. I mean, I do know why I don't like them. I don't like them because of the name, right? I mean, that's it.
Exactly.
Obviously, yeah, of course I don't. But I would also then say, if you have an option, if it's a place that can provide a fresh tomato, as you and I have discussed before, tomato is only going to help that sandwich. But cream cheese, but it's still going to be great. It's going to be great with a tomato. It's going to be great without a tomato. Cream cheese has been like cream cheese's PR guy is a hack, right? Because he was like, hey man, I got bagels. Bagels are with us, right? We don't need anything else. Like, why would a cheese be great only on a certain kind of bread? Like,
you're so right.
It's
oh my God, #fire that guy.
Fire cream cheese's guy. Yeah. I mean, he got you one good deal, but you're a star, man. And you should be across
He's been
platforms.
literally milking that for like 80 years.
That's right.
Dude,
yeah.
Look, I just helped cream cheese more than the cream cheese marketing dude did in the last 80 years. Yeah. #you're welcome. Okay. So back to grilled cheese, obviously. Real quick here. Ben, right and wrong. Wrong is, no, there's a way to cook grilled cheese that makes it way, way better. And by the way, secret side note, the answer is tons of butter. So my sister does it. It's of course the cheese you put in, but then when she lather up the butter on top, and then you're like, oh my God, that's a lot of butter. She's like, hold up. And then another one, it was sick, right? And then she puts it, and then when you have it, you're like, oh jeez, right?
Yeah, and it's got to be cooked properly. And I mean, where you center it on the flame, all these things matter because it should look grilled cheese. I don't care about how food looks usually, but if it's got that, if it's yellowed a little bit and there's only some brown, no, you want the brown all the way, like a perfectly toasted piece of bread. Essentially.
No. #Ben is right. Like if ever there was, now I'm declaring this instantly as an old school thing. If ever there's a food that matters what it looks like, it's grilled cheese. Because you show me the little grilled cheese that is spilled out of the sandwich in the right way.
Yeah.
I'm eating it. There's no way I'm not eating it. I don't care. There's like sight unseen or actually sight seen. I'm eating it. And so The part that you're wrong about, though, I mean, that you're right about in the other thing that you were talking about, what difference does it make who cooks it, is that, no, my wife doesn't understand. Like, if I order like a fettuccine Alfredo at a restaurant or something, or I'm going to order it out, she's like, why? I can make fettuccine Alfredo. Like, babes, I know you can, but that tastes different. And it tastes great. It tastes great. But like, they make it like this here, and I like it with that. She's like, and she takes it as like an offense.
No, it's like JR. Like, why would I get spaghetti and meatballs? I can make spaghetti and meatballs. Because we're an Italian restaurant where they specialize in spaghetti and meatballs. Dude.
Yeah, because
like, why
it's
do you
different
think?
at every restaurant. Yeah. It's like my dad when we used to drive to work together, and I wanted to stop at this diner that I like, and he's like, Cenk, you missed it. I said, what do you mean? It's like 5 minutes down the road. He's like, no, there is a restaurant, another restaurant. Why you no stop? Another restaurant. What you doing? What is this? Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to a restaurant. We're going to this restaurant. Jesus.
Yeah, they don't get it. They're like,
let me just correct. So, because we're in agreement, I was just saying to her, of course it matters who makes a grilled cheese. I was just saying, like, to my wife, who I love, but you just make a grilled cheese. You don't make like a grilled cheese that people talk about, right? It's not like
it's even worse. Please stop talking. Hashtag please stop talking before you get yourself in more trouble.
It's fine. It's fine.
Now, Bennigan's, you think, well, I guess Applebee's was better than Bennigan's because Applebee's outlasted Bennigan's. Well, you think wrong. I don't know anything about what actually happened to Bennigan's, and I don't even know if they're still around. Like, there's a couple that I know died.
You know that argument. I mean, Applebee's had a better business model. Applebee's was in better locations. The food was comparable. Maybe they had a better name. That doesn't mean they were better, right? The food wasn't better.
Yeah, but even that's not true, as it turns out. They didn't have a better business model. They didn't have better locations. Likely what happened, and I'm making it up in the case of Bennigan's, but it's actually happened dozens of times to the major brands that you know, like Sears, Kmart, etc. No, a private equity company bought them. They loaded them up with debt. They took the debt, did not reinvest it in the business. They just took it. They put it in their bank accounts. And at that point, they had more money from the debt than they paid for the company. So they didn't give a shit what happened. If the company recovered, great, then I make double the money, right? But if it doesn't recover, who cares? I already took the money out and put it in my pocket. And that's how they destroyed most of the companies in this country.
There's literally nothing about that I understand. Like, I mean, it's not that I just don't understand it. I mean, I literally don't understand it. Like, so they bought a company and then they loaded it up with debt and then they took the debt. But what do you mean? How do you take the debt? Great, I'll take the debt. I owe a lot of money on this house. Can I just take it and put it in my bank account?
Kind of. So let me explain. I'll go through it real quick. So let's say they're buying Bennigan's for $1 billion, right? Mm-hmm. They then turn around and go to a bank and they say, well, look, we're reinvesting into this business. So we've got all these plans, and they explain the plans, and they do these wonderful decks that look super professional and make your head hurt. You got to squint to look at them. And so the bankers go, this is pretty good. And these are reputable people, and it's Bain Capital or whatever it is. And they say, okay, so we want to borrow $1.5 billion. We paid $1 billion, and we want to borrow $1.5 billion to fix it up, right? And in a lot of cases, and you're going to think like, come on, they can't really do this, can they? Yes, they can, and oftentimes they did. And I'm oversimplifying, but only by a little bit.
So what do they do with that $1.5 billion?
So they then take the $1.5 billion and put it in their bank account.
And then they just don't do what the bank asked them to do.
Yeah. So now you're wondering, wait,
or what they told the bank they would do. And then what happens when the bank wants this $1.5 million back?
Bennigan's goes under. That's it. That's simple. You actually can do that. Okay.
So they make $500 million basically on that deal.
Yeah, they already made $500 million.
Right.
Then they turn around to Bennigan management and they say, now don't do any of the upkeep of the stores. It's the exact opposite of what they said they would do with the money. Okay.
Wait, so they don't put the money in and then Bennigan's goes under or Bennigan's.
Before it goes under, they give it a college try, but now the Bennigan's is starved. They got to pay the interest rate on the $1.5 billion, so they have less money. And private equity goes, I have a genius idea. Synergy. Synergies means I'm firing a bunch of people. It doesn't actually mean the word synergy. Okay. And so then they fire people, they lower salaries, and they have to pay the interest. So sometimes they have miraculous CEOs and teams and stuff that then somehow pull it out of that mess and they get into profitability. Then they can pay the bank back. And in those cases, the bank goes, see, Bain Capital delivered. They pay the money back. We're going to let them borrow $3 billion next time, right? and then they turn a profit. But that's despite the hole that they put Bennigan's in, right? And that'll happen some small percentage of the time. But 8 out of 10 times, but to make up a number, of course, Bennigan's can't pay all that money back, and they can't cut everything. Like what happened at Sears and Kmart is the aisles started to literally be so dirty, people didn't want to go in them because they'd cut the budget so much. They didn't have the people to clean it. They didn't have the products to clean it.
There's no question. They were both gross. No question. Right.
Yeah. So that was not an accident. That was private equity coming and just dismantling that company for their own profit. And you say, well, they shouldn't do that. No, you got to write laws. If there are no laws against it, no one is going to say no to $500 million. That's not a thing. Like right. I say no to it in that I'm not going to do private equity, especially if it's now. To be fair to this is a half a sentence not often spoken on progressive shows. To be fair to private equity, there are some good private equity companies, and they really do invest into the companies, and they do grow them, and they do see real business success, right? But there are a ton of private equity companies that don't, and so I wouldn't work at a place like that. But most people would because they'd make a ton of money.
You know what, Cenk? Just you know what? Neither would I.
You got it, man.
You're wasting your time if you think about reaching out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not into it.
All right. So finally, we get to acronyms. Obviously, you saw this coming. So Ben, here's my theory on this: that ASAP is rude, as soon as possible is polite. And so, in an email or text, I bother to write out as soon as possible because I feel like if I said, "Hey, I need that video ASAP," you sound like a dick, right? If you say, "I need that video as soon as possible," it sounds like, well, I'm making a polite request. What do you think? Go.
Yeah, I hear you. It really depends on the nature of the request and who's being requested and what the, to use a phrase borrowed from another topic of the day, what the power dynamic is, right? Mm-hmm. You know, because if you're an ASAP person, but it could be, I suspect, fairly good-natured. And if it's a collaborative effort, like you're working too, like you're in a business partner and you got to get this thing done. Hey, I just talked to the guy. We got to get this done ASAP. But that's we, like you're saying we, there's a togetherness. But if you were asking someone as an assignment, yeah, you can't go wrong typing out as soon as possible.
Yeah, Ben, like here, I'll give you an example. I just thought off the top of my head. Like, let's say you owed me money for some bet that we done. Wild example. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously it never happened. But, and I said, hey, Ben, I'd love that money as soon as possible. You get the sense that I need it, right?
That's right. And we get the sense that you need it. But part of that is because it's you. I mean, almost if someone I didn't really know was like, I need the money as soon as possible, I'd be like, yeah, we all need money as soon as possible. Like,
yeah. Yeah. But even with me, if I wrote a text to you saying, hey, Ben, I need that money ASAP.
Yeah. No, that would be abrupt. It would be, yeah, that's right. It would be rude.
Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you role reversal, like you owe me money, I owe you money, and you're like, hey, Cenk, I need that money ASAP. I'd be like, cool your jets, Mr. ASAP. Okay, like I got you. Right, I was gonna pay you, but
I'm sure you do. Yeah.
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 Maybe I think it's as soon as probable.
Right.
And maybe that's what I think.
Yeah. I hear you. That makes sense.
All right, so now that obviously leads to the game of too soft or too harsh on abbreviations. Okay, WTF.
Yeah, no, I think it's okay. It's just, I mean, it should only be funny, and it's lost its ability to be funny, I think. Like, so I mean, seeing the word spelled out. I don't know why suddenly now I'm afraid to say it, but seeing the word spelled out is generally funnier. You can do better, that's all. But I
think WTF is too soft. Like ASAP is too harsh, right?
Oh yeah. So I see what you're saying. It's too. Yeah, it doesn't deliver the thing. That word has meaning still. I mean, it is the best word ever invented because it has been abused and used and crushed into the ground, and it still delivers. It's really It has great. It has great. Cream cheese needs to hire fucks people.
On a fun old school. That's the line of the night. Yeah. So, like here, I'll prove it though on the softness, right? WTF? Even Ben said it. He said it's like not as funny or something because you immediately think it's light, and
that's right.
Like WTF, right? As opposed to what the fuck?
No question. There's just more things you can do. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Mark Maron named his show that, and I was just listening to an episode, and like it works. It's a good title for a show, but as a way to say something, to type it is no. It's soft. Just type it, man. What are you worried about? It's a text, like you're among friends.
Yeah. OMG.
Soft and annoying.
Yeah, I feel like all of these might come out soft.
Yeah, they're all
except ASAP.
Yeah.
Yeah, because OMG is, again, it all feels lighter when you abbreviate, like, except ASAP. Like, OMG is like OMG as opposed to oh my God.
These are also declarative abbreviations. They're not like the abbreviations are useful in a sentence. Like, I mean, you definitely don't want to type out also known as, right? I mean, AKA, you definitely want to use that one.
Oh, no. First of all, AKA, harsh.
Right. Yeah.
And
right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Right?
Terrific. Yeah.
Oh, quick side story that'll swallow up the rest of the time. So I forget if I ever told you this, Ben, or which show I said it once or twice, but so I'll just go for it. You remember when I was arrested for the civil disobedience at the Capitol for money out of politics, Democracy Spring, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Fill in the blank for whenever I was arrested. You get it. And so the Washington police are processing all of us.
A black blazer under. You were at a T-shirt and a blazer, right?
That's
my recollection. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. And so, and then we stormed the Capitol, and we were like, "Where's Nancy?" No, that was right. That was the boat keepers. My bad.
Right.
The poor boat keepers.
Poor boat keepers. Yeah.
Yeah. But boat keepers is now a thing. It's now a thing. Sometimes things become like there's instant classics. This is an instant thing, right? The boat keepers.
Right.
Anyways, so we get arrested. I'm like almost literally the very last person because I was one of the leaders of the movement. There's the saying, leaders eat last. I told Pro about that. I said, do you want to be a leader? And he's like, of course not. Who wants to eat last?
Who wants to eat last?
So that's one of the many reasons you love Pro. So anyways, they finally get to us. They're processing me, and they go, but before they process me, they process Ryan Clayton, who was the former head of Wolfpack, right? And he's the one that dragged me into this thing in the first place. Love him for it. And oh, by the way, he's the same guy that I got out of the jail in Honduras from 2 weeks ago. Okay, so. Right. Ryan, they say any known aliases. He says yes, AKA McBoatface or whatever that thing was that people said back then. Okay, and the guy literally writes it down. I'm like, why is he writing it down? That's an obvious joke. Why did he just? Oh my God, I could say anything. That's awesome. Right. And then as soon, first of all, Ryan had me at AKA. When he said AKA, I was like, oh, I'm doing this. I don't care what, I'm doing this, right? And so the whole time my mind's racing. What's my AKA? What's my AKA? So we get to it, and I go, like, any known alias? I'm like, of course, AKA El Jefe. So that's literally in my arrest record in Washington, D.C. I am technically AKA El Jefe.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. If somebody pulls up that arrest record, that's cool. I thought you were going to say AKA Dave Kohler.
That would have been fun too.
Yeah.
And more menacing, let's be honest.
Definitely more.
But AKA is so good that I didn't even remember that it was also known as.
Yeah. Right.
Also known as sucks.
Also not known as, yeah. AKA delivers. But that's in a sentence. That's not the same as OMG or WTF. Those are declared. Those are sentences all by themselves, right?
Yeah. The most successful abbreviation of all time. I think there's an argument to make that LOL has past ASAP, AKA, and all of those, that LOL is now the single most successful abbreviation in
I guess,
English
but I
language
think,
history.
but I think it haunts us, right? Because it
Haunts us.
It represents where we've gone astray, right? It represents a loss of human contact. Because I mean, the great thing about the laughter is that it is almost equally as joyful to the laugher, right? It's when you laugh, it's the best, right? As it is to the person delivering it, and it's auditory, right? I mean, you hear it and you feel it, and it sinks into you. And LOL is that is not the same, because you don't even know if it's like LOL. Like I feel like LOL is like comedians delivering jokes to rooms full of other comedians who will not laugh, right?
Yeah.
Obviously it's very successful. I'm not sure I've used it 10 times in my life, maybe.
Yeah, no. I partly brought it up because I knew you would be an anti-LOL person.
Yeah, of course. So. Yeah.
Everything in my bones said, don't try to get this guy to watch a period piece, and don't try to get him to LOL, because he will not do it.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous. It's like, I don't know. I only want to hear you laughing out loud, right? I don't need you to tell me, to describe it in a text that you were laughing out loud.
So we're triple out of time now, but I'll end on this. Real quick. I'm sorry, I'll let you the last word, but I don't even like saying "ha ha" in group texts, except that I feel duty bound when I see it, when it's funny. You're very funny in these things, and then of course if I don't get it, I think, I can't believe this was pretty funny, and yet I didn't get one, and that is almost invariably, whenever that happens, the low point of whatever day I'm having. When you seek ha ha in a group text from your friends, don't get it, and realize that has legitimately disappointed you. And it's not that they didn't do it that's disappointing, it's that I needed it. And I think this is pathetic, that it actually bothered me that I didn't get. No, I disagree again. It's not pathetic. It's the single most normal human thing you've ever said. And everybody loves the ha-ha. I don't care what they say. They want the ha-ha. Everybody wants the ha-ha.
No, I want a world. I want to have the security, because I know what's funny and what isn't. And I want to have the security of, I don't want to not enjoy the ha-ha. I'll get a little rush. I'll get that. I don't want sullenness to be the effect of not getting. We're not talking about the ha-ha. We're talking about the absence of the ha-ha.
No, but even that, of course. Look, I did it in the same group text that you're talking about. I wrote something that I thought was really funny. I cracked myself up. I'm LOLing by myself, okay?
Right.
I might have even LMAO'd, which I think is one of the worst abbreviations of all time.
Yeah.
So, and there was no ha-has to be had. I'm like, where's the ha-has?
Where's the
ha-has? There ain't a ha-ha to be found, okay? And of course that bothers you. But I've gotten past it, though. I have gotten past it, because I realized, I know why I don't ha-ha sometimes when you write something funny or anybody does. It's because I was busy, and I got the text 8 hours later, and it feels like
a host of reasons.
Yeah.
Or literally sometimes even you see it as it happens, but you're doing something, you're like, ha-ha. You literally ha-ha, but you don't,
I know. That's the great irony.
Yeah.
A ha-ha delayed is a ha-ha denied. It just is. And so no ha-ha, no peace, though. It's no peace of mind. There's some truth to that. So what started as something goofy, like why are we writing ha-ha to each other like we're children, has now become a drug we're all addicted to. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about it.
And then sometimes I'm like, no, I'm not going to ha-ha. I'm going to double exclamation point. Why?
Yeah,
What?
Oh, come on. Who hasn't thought, do you go with the like, or is the like too little? Do you go with the love? Is the love inappropriate?
A like is very tepid. A like is very WTF.
Yeah, now it feels like a like is like almost an insult.
Yeah, like hey man, don't bother. You might as well just say received.
You might as well just say, I'm not really that good a friend with you.
Totally. Yeah.
See, that's a haha. Anyways, so the like is subpar now, but especially with the guys in a group text, you can heart the girls all day long. That's like, because we're having fun with Bridgertons, we're eating pimento, everything's fine. But with guys, you put a heart out there, people are gonna be like, it's still, and it's wrong. It's wrong. But I'm saying it's still sometimes, right?
I think we're on 3 group texts together. I'm going to start hearting stuff.
But when you do, I guarantee you, people are like, "Whoa, Ben, you okay?"
Whoa, you're right. What's wrong?
No. You know what I'll get? I'll get a separate group text that you're not involved with. Is hashtag Ben okay? Hashtag what's up with the hearts? I thought. Okay. Anyway. Okay. So, but sometimes you're like, do I go heart? Do I go exclamation point? Or do I switch it up and go ha ha?
Yeah.
You know,
it's a challenge.
It's
a challenge. Yeah.
Everybody knows it. We're the only ones who say it. That's the new byline of Old School. Well, byline also, for one, that Asher and whoever is directing it right now is thinking, Old School, hashtag it never ends.
Never ends. 7 months ago, I had never put an emoji on any text ever. And now, on a daily basis, I'm like, boy, Mark Thompson, free and easy with the likes. I'm like, you know, Mark Thompson gave me a ha-ha. And I'm like, well, he just gave the other guy ha-ha. I'm not even sure it was a joke.
Mark is so easy with the likes. He's a ha-ha slut. He won't, like, stop ha-ha. Seriously, like if I don't get a ha-ha to Mark, I'm like, did I insult you?
Mark, did I offend him?
Totally. That's right. I can be like, hey, what's up, Mark? He's like, shit, that was a good one. That's why we all love Mark. That's why we all love Mark. That's not that hard.
Party guest there is.
Yeah. And I was going to get into a whole thing about I'm now emoji king. I've flipped from like, this is childish to I love it. I can't get enough of it. Hashtag won't stop. Hashtag can't stop. But I suspect you're not much of an emoji guy, Ben.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. Yeah.
You're not there yet. But one day when I don't send you the crying guy emoji, you're gonna be like, I thought I could have gotten a crying guy emoji out of that one.
I can't even see any crying guy or any emoji. Literally every time I get an emoji, I have to do this. So it's not worth it.
Oh, I had more with. Oh, the last thing is the tagline. Old School. You're thinking it. We're saying it.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad. You're thinking it. We're saying it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it does seem like kind of a Clay Travis thing to do, but yeah, I got you. You know.
Okay. All right. You're just giving it a like. I hear you.
For now, I'm giving it a like. I'm giving it a ... I'm starting to respond, and then I'm not. But I'm leaving the phone on the desk.
Percentage of ... that don't turn into an actual text. 37%.
Yeah, totally. That's right. Yeah.
But that ... that was a good idea. The Creekies guys should talk to the ... guys.
It came up the ellipses guy. It's in movies now, right? I mean, I know we got to go, but it's in movies. Like it'll be, then a text exchange is in the movie, and then you see from your point of view of the character you're focusing on, and then you see the ... from the other character, and you're like, oh, but you already know now, oh, there's not going to be anything. Not going to be anything. And the person or the protagonist, the point of view is they're going to be crestfallen.
Yeah. I don't know about crestfallen, but when I do see the ... in any text, I get excited. It's impossible not to get excited. What is Dan Hamilton going to say? What's he going to say? He's usually a funny guy.
By the way, Dan Hamilton is a truly, truly brilliant texter, and he's my friend I've had the longest in my life. And but like when he doesn't get the response when he says something funny, he'll wait like an hour, and then he's like, "What the fuck, guys?"
And it won't even be WTF. It's true. No. He'd be like, no. I'm actually mad at you guys for not ha-ha.
Yeah, I got off the plane. I made a joke about I've been in Nevada for 7 months. I just got to DC. Everybody's wearing a mask. What did I miss? Right? Like, hey, come on, let's go. Action. I need action. You gotta. If you're not gonna ha-ha me, you gotta respond. You gotta keep it going. It just died there. That was good stuff. That was like B+ material. Right. Yeah.
No one is more happy to say about their work, even more so than me. That was good stuff. Okay. I'm demanding a reaction. I don't care if you insult me. I'm totally fine with that. But it requires a reaction.
Yeah, your silence is not acceptable.
Yes. Yes. All right. But our silence is accepted by everyone producing this show. So we're done. We love you guys. We'll see you next time.